Ready to start in about 2 minutes. Desk behind the column. No, right here if you could. Okay, the traffic was pretty bad this morning. I'm glad to see some of you made it. We'll be starting in just 1 minute because it is live streamed and we can't really wait a long while longer. But I should say before we begin that I have a little cold here, a late winter cold. My body didn't recognize that it was spring, so I'm not hugging people or even shaking hands with them out of sensitivities to their own well-being. All right, are we a go? Let's begin. Thank you for coming. I welcome you in the name of the Eisenhower Media Fellows and the Veteran Intelligence Professionals for Sanity. It's very rare that we get together in this way and have a number of distinguished speakers from both organizations. And I think it would be fitting if we started first with a reflection, a moment of silence. And I've asked Pastor Rebecca Vargas, who is a pastor of a local Lutheran church, and with whom I studied at the hands of the ecumenical pastor Gordon Cosby, and we went our ways largely under his influence. So, Rebecca, could you give us a little start out here on the right foot? Thank you.
Good morning. Before we speak of war this morning, I've been invited for just a moment to point our attention to peace. Last week, I was in a conversation with a friend about the world, and as we were talking, my friend eventually kind of came to a conclusion of that's just the way the world is. And when he said that's just the way the world is, and just sort of with a dismissive tone, I felt myself pushing back. And I said to my friend, well, maybe the way the world is right now, but this is not the world I want to live in. he came back to me with, I'm not sure whether it was maybe a tone of sarcasm or for sure cynicism, maybe a little condescension. He made the point that this is the only inhabitable planet that we know of, so we're going to have to get along with the world as it is. I countered. I said, when I use the phrase, the world I want to live in, and that this is not the world I want to live in, I'm not making the point that I'm flipping through the Sears catalog looking for a different world with better features. I'm making the point that I believe there is something else possible on this planet. Regardless of our faith tradition or our lack of faith tradition, our humanitarian position, we all can agree, I believe, that in the realm of God and spirit and love, there is a possibility for a different way. There is a different way to be the human family. There is a different set of assumptions about what is inevitable that is available to us. We do not have to accept violence or war as the final word or the only outcome. We don't have to assume that domination and destruction are all part of the world as a given. We're called to something greater. We're capable of love. We are capable and called to mercy for the most vulnerable among us. So this morning, as we set out to discuss war, I want to suggest that we not assume war is the only way possible. Before we turn our attention for several hours to the subject matter of war, I want to invite us for just a moment to be intentional about acknowledging another way. So, for just a moment, I invite you, I invite us to imagine, to envision, to reflect on, to pray for another kind of world on this earth. A world shaped by a different set of assumptions. A world where life is sacred, where the stranger is welcomed, where debts are forgiven, and there is enough for all. God, grant that our prayers for peace might become in us lives of peace, which in turn might become among us a different kind of world. Amen.
Let the church say, amen. Thank you so much, Pastor Rebecca. I had this great thought as I rose up here that Secretary Hicks might invite you to lead the next morning prayer breakfast in a slightly different tone. Well, again, on behalf of VIPS and the Eisenhower Media Network, you're all most welcome, and it's good to see so many people here, particularly those from the press. I mean, nothing against just ordinary people. People from the press is what the National Press Club is all about. We're starting a little late, so I'm going to keep my comments a little shorter than usual. But let me just say a word about veteran intelligence professionals for sanity. Some of you know that we set ourselves up in January of 2003, when we saw that our former colleagues were falsifying intelligence to justify a war of aggression. It doesn't get any worse than that, folks, in my profession. So we spoke out, we got together, and now we've grown since and have attracted people like former directors of the NSA, FBI people, all manner of other people who have helped us. And the Eisenhower Media Network, of course, is very much active more recently, and it has an incredible pack of real senior and junior officers who speak personally, who have been there and done that, and who don't get mixed in rhetoric or BS. So, just to set that tone. A lot of my grown children and other people of that age, we're talking mid-50s, are really disturbed at what is happening here with respect to Iran and their colleagues. When I quiz their colleagues, I say, well, what do you think's going on? What's going on? And they say, well, you know, there's no plan, and now they're going to draft people, send Marines to my God, you know, no plan. I said, well, why do you think we did this? I don't know. There's no plan. There's no plan. And I said, well, why? You know, that's what we're going to talk about today. The answer has never been clearer. I mean, you not only have the Secretary of State / the National Security Advisor stating it explicitly, but you have a very prominent head of the National Counterterrorism Center saying the same thing. So we're going to explore a little about that, and I just would like to start out by setting a little background here. May we have the first slide, please? Now, I wouldn't bother you with this if it weren't for the fact that there's two teaching points here. One is that when the Iraq War was being prepared, we had all manner of people saying how evil the Muslims were, how they hated our freedom, right? Yeah, right. Well, we thought, well, they're not hating our freedom, but we couldn't get into the national press. But you know what? A little group called the Defense Science Board. Now, scientists don't like a lot of BS, right? And so they came to a conclusion, which you see illuminated there, why the Muslims don't hate our freedom. They rather hate our policies. And I'll just read this key one. The overwhelming majority of Muslims object to what they see as our one-sided support of Israel against Palestinian rights and the long-standing, even increasing support for what Muslims collectively see as tyrannies. Thus, when American public diplomacy talks about bringing democracy to Islamist societies, this is seen as no more than self-serving hypocrisy. This is a panel in the Pentagon. This is a bunch of scientists who said, you know, this is so much BS, let's speak out here. We know they don't hate our freedom. We know what they hate. And what they hate, as stated here, is our country's one-sided support of Israel against Palestinian rights. Why do I mention all this? Well, this was part of the preparation for identifying Saddam Hussein with 9/11, making believe that there were ties between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda, as well as the weapons of mass destruction business, okay? So it was very key. Now, some of you probably didn't know about this Defense Science Board proclamation, even though it was issued on September 24th, 2004. Oh, before the election, 2004. Well, the reason you don't know about it is because nobody published it. 2 months later, the New York Times published it on the evening before Thanksgiving. And they omitted the important sentence that said, the overwhelming majority object to what they see as our one-sided support of Israel against Palestinian rights. That was excised. Tom Schenker from the New York Times finally reported on this, but he excised it. So the sentence before and the sentence after were all left in. What do you think, we wouldn't notice? Well, hardly anybody notices those things. But that's how bad it is in terms of mainstream media, except for the folks here, of course, who would never succumb to that kind of thing. Now, let's go to the next slide, please. I'm not making up the fact that the intelligence was manufactured. There was a 5-year study by the Senate Intelligence Committee with a report issued on June 5, 2008, and it said, quote, in making the case for war on Iraq, intelligence was repeatedly presented as fact when in reality it was unsubstantiated, contradicted, or even non-existent. So I ask you to reflect on that. What does non-existent intelligence look like? Well, most people don't remember, but there was a twin report that day, the one that said what I just quoted from. And then there was another report. That report was reflecting what non-existent intelligence looked like. When this study, this twin study, was set up, the vice chair requested an investigation into the fraudulent, remember the yellow cake stuff? That was, well, yellow cake uranium from deepest Northwest Africa, a brainchild of Cheney, right? Okay. Well, those Niger documents generated this thing. Where the hell, who cooked that up? We know who it was. It was Douglas Feith and the Office of Special Plans. Well, he was Deputy Secretary of Defense for Policy, for God's sake. And there was another report released that same day, which said, report on intelligence activities in Iraq conducted by the Office of Special Plans within the Office of the Secretary of Defense for Policy. It was replete with clandestine meetings that were totally inappropriate. The approaches to these clandestine people who told us all about Chalabi going to be a great person to lead Iraq, were mishandled from the beginning. This is from the beginning to the end. These clandestine activities were mishandled from the beginning to the end, and CIA and other intelligence agencies were kept in the dark about this. The information was not shared, neither by the National Security Advisor or by Paul Wolfowitz, who was doing all this stuff, okay? So there was this twin thing, and what I want to do it now, I guess what I refer to Karen, well, that's Karen Kwiatkowski. Have any of you seen A Shock and Awe by Rob Reiner? Okay, some have. It's a real treat. A long story short, Karen is one of us, a veteran intelligence professional Saturday, and we went to the premiere. The Muckety Mucks were there. John Brennan was there. I think Clapper was there in disguise. But that's a big thing, you know, Rob Reiner, right? Okay, so what happens? They show the film. It's really interesting because this person in the Pentagon who had incredible contacts and watched Israeli generals go in and out without signing in, without even fare thee well, watch Israeli high officials do the same into Douglas Feith's office, this Office of Special Plans within his office as Undersecretary of Defense. And who was that person? That was Karen Kwiatkowski. Now, we never knew that she told Knight Ridder that story until we watched that film. And we still didn't know it was she until she came down from the balcony and said, okay, now I want my friends in VIPS and everybody else to know, I confess I did it. It was terrific. See the film. In any case, I asked Karen, who's out of town right now, to do a little video. It's only 10 minutes, and it sort of explains where she's coming from, why she made the video, and explains a little bit about how she sat in a catbird seat watching all this stuff happen, watching this intelligence become adulterated intelligence shared with Dick Cheney and George Bush, but not with the intelligence community, even though the intelligence community knew that was going on. So maybe we have that video now, Peter.
Hello, this is Karen Kwiatkowski, and I'm really sorry I couldn't join you in person today, but I wanted to, and I'm sending my message at least of support for what's happening, and to provide maybe a little perspective on what I saw back in 2002 and 2003. So if you don't know my story, and I'm sure most of you might, I spent 20 years in the Air Force, retired as a lieutenant colonel. And my last several years were working in the Office of the Secretary of Defense under Rumsfeld. So I was in the Pentagon during 9/11, and I saw the reaction that the Pentagon took and the policies that the Pentagon chose and that George W. Bush chose, that Dick Cheney chose. And so I'm watching all this from a perspective of someone who spent the first 10 years of my career in the Cold War and the second 10 years of my career in the making of American war abroad, post-Cold War, in the new peace. I watched, I guess that you could say, what we thought was the peace dividend get basically used up and wasted by the military-industrial complex, which was determined to continue its business line, which is war, exporting war abroad, creating it, supporting it, building for it, lying about it, preparing pretexts for it. And of course, a pretext for war was certainly what happened in 2002. What I saw is what many of us came to know really a few short years after the invasion of Iraq in 2003, and that was that bits and pieces of intelligence and bits and pieces of information was melded together into a very ideological, neoconservative storyline, and then fed directly into the mouths of the baby bird sitting in the White House at that point. At that time, of course, was George W. Bush, and he certainly meets the criteria of a baby bird. We've had several baby birds since then. Of course, now we have Trump. He's a big baby bird. And he's being fed information, not from the military wise folks talking about how they would like to defend the United States, because our military doesn't really orient itself towards defense of the United States. But instead, he gets information about their offensive capabilities, exaggerated and expanded over well and above what it really is. And that's part of what Big Bird in the White House gets fed. And he also hears from his intelligence community, which is, of course, very controlled and filled with people that say what the president wants to hear, and not just him, because this tendency of having your intelligence community say and produce exactly what, let's say, for example, Dick Cheney wants to hear, which we have evidence that he went repeatedly to the CIA and the Pentagon to say, this is what I want to hear, produce it for me. Okay, and that trend has continued, despite efforts to the contrary, despite the fact that the American people have woken up that this is how it works and they don't like it, it should change, it doesn't change. So what we have now is Trump hearing from really what I would consider a diseased Pentagon leadership cadre, okay, diseased and demented in many ways. He hears from an intelligence community that instead of recovering from its abuse and illegalities and constraints put upon it that prevent it from being objective, instead of recovering from that in the early 2000s, they have simply built it into their system. And I think if anyone watched the Tulsi Gabbard presentation, along with Ratcliffe, CIA Director Ratcliffe sitting beside her, if anybody watched that earlier this week, or I guess it would be last week when you're seeing this, they would understand exactly what has happened. These are co-opted people who couldn't tell the truth, couldn't recognize intelligence, and have no spine to present the facts to the president. And they'll lie about it after the fact. So that's what we've gotten. And then the other factor that comes in, particularly with Donald Trump, we see, is that he has a great deal of loyalty and a sense of being beholden to his donors. Now, who are his donors? Well, his donors are the same people that ran the scam in 2002. They're the same people that advised think tanks and universities and the White House and Congress that the way forward for Israel in a clean break policy back in 1999, but the way forward for an expanded state of Israel was, let's get the United States to send their boys and send their gold and send their blood and wealth and time and defensive capability that should be used at home. Let's let them pay and fight and die and get ground up. Let's let them waste American taxpayer money so that we, in Israel, the Israeli government and many Israelis, can expand with less risk than it would be if we actually did it by ourselves. We can't do it by ourselves. So let's get the U.S. to do it. So these are the guys that advised and funded President Trump's election. Not just once, not just twice, but 3 times. So this is a long development of influence over the Trump White House. It doesn't matter what he said about bringing the troops home and no wars overseas and making America great again. It doesn't matter what he said. What matters is where the money flows. And we know where the money flows. We know how it flows. This hasn't changed. What has changed, and I'll leave you really with this kind of thinking, that Americans have woken up quite a bit. We have access to a lot of information, not through the media, not through mainstream media, certainly never through newspapers, but we have access to information that gives Americans a more sophisticated view of American foreign policy. We don't really understand it, okay, but it's quite simple. It's based on war, and it's based on money, and it's right now, and for many years now, it's been based on what Israel wants, because as Israel looks after its own national interests, one of the main things that it discovered, and of course, I witnessed this myself in the Pentagon in 2002, but what they discovered was Israeli interests can be melded with American interests if you work it through the executive branch and all of the various executive branch systems, particularly the most expensive one of those, which is the Pentagon, and the second most expensive, which I suspect is probably the CIA. So you integrate, you meld your interests with those agencies, and then you get to where Congress knows better than to vote against an Israeli initiative. So when they want something done, they can put their finger on every single congressman except Thomas Massie and get what they want. So that's been done. And then they propagandize the American people with kind of, easy to remember jingles, okay? Like, the terrorists are gonna get us. They're out to get us. And lies about whoever the enemy of the day is. And we've seen this happen really for a lot longer than I've been really paying attention to it, but we've certainly seen it happening for the past 30 years. We have enemies, they hate us. It's a mystery why they hate us. No one really knows. They're just evil people. We have to get rid of them. That's in the Constitution, I guess. So this is what we are fed as the American people. But luckily, like I said, I think many of us are learning. We're becoming a little more sophisticated in our understanding of how government creates narratives, how they shape their narratives. Trump is helping with this, of course, because if you follow him on Truth Social or wherever else he posts, he is providing us a roadmap of how the government lies. They lie with abandon, sometimes very creatively. We're expected to believe it or else we're fools. And this is interesting because I think we're not fools. I don't think Americans are. I think we've learned a little bit, and I have to believe that because the sacrifice of people who have stood up, like the VIPS organization, and really everybody. There's so many individuals who have stepped forward and said, this isn't right, Here's what is right. And they face great risk. And of course, we see it with Joe Kent right now. What did he do? He resigned, and he said very much what I think 95% of the American population, if they are being objective, understand to be true. He's not lying. He's telling the truth. It's the same truth that many of us spoke about in 2000. It's the truth that people talked about in the mid-2000s when we were torturing people at Abu Ghraib and in Cuba and Guantanamo. It's the same truth. More and more of us are saying it, and more independent media is understanding that we do have a war problem. It's not just an overseas war problem of wars of choice for Israel or wars of choice to fund our military-industrial complex. Our war problem is that our government, in many cases, and certainly what we're seeing now, is making war against Americans. We, by questioning a government narrative, become the enemy. And I think if you watch, didn't take very long before Joe Kent has an FBI investigation launched. Why? Well, it's very interesting. They don't want to hear what Joe has to say, and they don't want to hear what we have to say, and they don't want to hear what Americans have to say. And so we have an opportunity here with what Trump has done, with what our Congress has allowed him to do, what Israel has done. It is so blatant, and it is so obvious, and it is so criminal that I think we have an opportunity really to gather ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually, and really consider that we in America are in fact not just made weaker by this, but we are made far more vulnerable, not just as a nation, but even as people. To speak out today is just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than it was 20 years ago. So I'll leave you with. We need to keep our eyes open and keep our brains functional, and we need to stand up against this. This has got to stop. It's very wrong, and I think we all know that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. So there you have it, chapter and verse as to how it worked, and how Karen, to her very great credit, wouldn't stand by and just watch it. Even while she was still on active duty, she talked with Warren Strobel and Jonathan Landay of the Knight Ridder group of people. They were the only ones to get it right, and that's well depicted in this film called Shock and Awe by Rob Reiner. The only difference really is that the actress portraying Karen is not as beautiful as Karen, but she tries her best. Now, let me just make another comment or two. Karen talked about not only the Pentagon, but the Senate and House of Representatives being largely pro-Israel. This is no news to any of us. I remember a kind of a quip back in those days that said, we ought to make Israel the 51st state. And the immediate reaction was, no. Why? Well, then they'd only have 2 senators. Then they'd only have 2 senators, except for Senator Sheehy, who manfully piled on. Brian, by the way, Brian McGinnis will be with us a little bit later. He was the person who, with Josie, was at that hearing and had his arm broken, his left arm broken, by the manful efforts of Senator Sheehy, I think from Montana. So, yeah, they would only have 2 plus Sheehy and plus the majority of the others. What else can be said here? Just this, that when Joe Kent was mentioned, I think probably it bears repeating what I alluded to very briefly early on, that when people ask why, for God's sake, well, back in 2003, it wasn't so simple. There was oil, there were clear attempts to covet military bases in northern Iraq, and there was Israel. And in those days, I thought it was sort of like 33, equally, those were the motivation. But since then, I've learned that it was more than 50% Israel. Now it's clear. Why is it clear? Well, it bears reading what our Secretary of State said, because it's only 2 sentences. Here it is. Secretary Mark Rubio, quote, "We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action against Iran. We knew that that would precipitate an attack on American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties," end quote, Rubio told reporters. Think about that, folks. And of course, Joe Kent, he said there was no immediate threat. Like no immediate threat? Okay. And he also said there was Israel and Israeli supporters on both sides of the ocean that were responsible for the attack on Iran. So when I meet my friends that of younger age, I say, well, you really ought to ask why, and maybe you'd find out why if you tune into our little symposium today, and that's what we hope to show. Not only that these don't need to be mysteries, but sometimes they're so damn clear that they escape attention. Finally, Pastor Rebecca, we're really glad that you set a different tone than is set at the Pentagon for such meetings. Let's remember that we're as much heart as mind. And let's remember little girls. I mean, we have 3 of them. We had 3 of them. We have 6 granddaughters. We have 2 sons as well. But I care about little girls. And just to move on here, I want to show what happens when the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense conjures up or made up stuff, okay? Not, what was it? Contradicted, unsubstantiated, or non-existent, okay? Non-existent stuff which I tried to remind you in a companion Senate Intelligence Committee report issued the same day, 5 June 2008, said these clandestine contacts, which conjured up these evidences, they were inappropriate and they were mishandled from beginning to end. And the intelligence community and others were not appropriately informed. Well, that's a nice way of saying they kept it secret, huh? So we launched a war on the basis of evidence conjured up by Doug Feith, in whose office Karen worked. So with respect to heart as well as mind, I'd like to go to I'd like to show what happens when we launch these kinds of wars, and we can talk about it theoretically, but I think a human, pictures are worth 1,000 words. May we have the next slide, please? Okay, her name is Samar Hassan. She's 5. She was in a car with members of her family, her father and mother, and a couple of siblings, and they didn't go slow enough past a U.S. checkpoint in Tel Afar, Iraq, January 2005. Not nice to look at. I just wonder who the GI on the left was and how he feels about his leg being in that picture. Again, this is what happens when we launch wars of aggression based on concocted or made-up intelligence, dreamed up largely by sources tied to Israel, and that is demonstrable, and that is a real shame because we have the same thing on Iran. Now, let's pass by little Samar Hussein 5, and let's look at some little Iranian. Say again? It's closer to the mic, sure. Yeah. Okay. Oh, great. Okay. Can you all hear me now? Okay. A little louder. Okay. Maybe it's my cold. Thank you, Josie. Okay. What I'd like to show you now are a picture of some Iranian young girls in more peaceful times. Maybe we have the next slide, please, Peter. And now, that fellow there is a good friend of mine. He's from New Zealand, but he's an old Irishman. And he was visiting, his name is Eugene Gallagher. He was visiting Isfahan in 2018, and he had that little thing snapped. And he included it in an article that had to do with what happens to little Iranian girls now. May we have the next slide, please? Okay, there are 2 1/4 Iranian girls. The girls of Minab, after the tomahawk strike, the double tap that killed about 165 of them. This will not appear in any of our media. It was sent to me from a fellow I know who's Swiss. So with taking that in, and seeing what's next. Next slide, please. Okay, there are the 165 little girls of Minab between the ages of 6 and 12, prepared for burial. So, I just would ask you to see how your heart feels, hopefully the same as mine, when we realize intellectually that this was all done unnecessarily for the interests of another country, and that top intelligence officials say that, but also no less than the Secretary of State has said that explicitly. What do we do about these things, and how do they impact on what happens next? I guess the effects of these things, I guess you could take that slide down now. I guess the effects of these things are not limited to little girls. And to get on time here, I'd like to introduce a friend of mine who's sitting here at the dais, and whose name is Old Sarge, AKA Bryce Lockwood, Sergeant, Gunnery Sergeant, U.S. Marine Corps, retired. Now, I'd like to introduce this by saying how I met Old Sarge. During the years immediately after Iraq, I was invited lots of places to talk because people were listening as, how do we get into this mess? And I could tell them pretty much what I knew. I didn't, as I said before, I didn't think that Israel was more responsible, more than 50% responsible. I thought oil had something to do with it, and those permanent military, no, we don't say permanent military. No, they were, remember the word? They were enduring military bases. Enduring sounds a little bit more endearing, doesn't it? Believe me, follows enduring young military bases. Give me a break. Word games, huh? Enduring. Well, anyhow, I thought it was like 1/3 each, but I'm convinced now it was mostly Israelis. And Karen and her input has convinced me of that. Now, so here I am in Springfield, Missouri, on a little tour arranged by a young woman who I didn't even know, hitting several cities, and I saw the Mississippi River right there, right in front of me for the first time ever. I wasn't flying over it, and it was a terrific tour. And I ended up in a place called Springfield, Missouri, a sizable town, okay? And I was asked to speak to this congregation of maybe, well, there were about 300 to 400 people packed in this very large church hall. So I was speaking about Iraq, and during the Q&A session, somebody raised their hand and said, now, Mr. McGovern, have you read John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt's piece on the Israel lobby? And I said, thank you, Jesus. I just read it on the plane going down there, okay? They had just put it out, actually. Interesting story. They were commissioned by the Atlantic Monthly to write a piece on the Israel lobby. And so they gave the draft to the Atlantic Monthly, and those guys said, oh, yeah, oh, please. we'll pay you something, but we can't write that, you know? They looked all over the United States of America, could find no one to publish this. You know, Stephen Walt, big professor at Yale, I think, Mearsheimer at the University of Chicago. They had to go to the London Review of Books, okay? Illustrative thing here. And they finally published this paper. And that was in early 2006. And so here I'm out in September 2006, out in Springfield, Missouri. And somebody says, Mr. McGovern, have you read that paper? And I said, yes, I read it on the plane. What'd you think of it? I said, well, I thought it was a very gutsy thing. But I have to tell you that you know, the intent was to show the power of the Israel lobby, but they missed the most convincing proof. And I looked out at this sea of 300, 400 faces, and I said, what I mean is the USS Liberty incident, June 8th, 1967. And I saw blank faces. And then I said, who knows about USS Liberty incident? 3 hands go up, one in the back, one in the middle, and one in the front. So I picked the fellow in the front. I said, sir, could you get up and, how do you know about the USS Liberty? Ramrod straight, he stood. Gunnery Sergeant Bryce Lockwood, head of Marine Detachment on USS Liberty, sir. Now, I knew enough about it to know that he had lost his entire detachment. He, by some stroke of luck, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, old Sarge, he was told to get rid of that sensitive equipment, get it off into the bottom of the Mediterranean where hopefully nobody will find it. So he was behind a bulwark when the Israeli torpedo hit his section, his Marine section of the USS Liberty. I'm not going to go into any more detail because I hope that that old Sarge will. Suffice it to say that, well, I was not shocked, but I was really surprised nobody knew about it. And then when Bryce was asked if he could come up, old Sarge said, and correct me if I'm remembering, we haven't really talked about this. Sir, I would, I have not talked about this, but it's 40 years ago now. I would like to try tonight. and Old Sarge came up, and I don't want to steal his thunder. Old Sarge is here, right to my right. It's the first time I've seen him since the 50th anniversary. Oh, well, we have that next slide, Peter. I think we have a little picture of, oh, there we are, as Old Sarge in uniform. That was the 50th anniversary of the June 8th, 1967 event. There are 3 survivors and me. Just to show you what the USS Liberty looked like after the attack, maybe we have the next and last slide. "34 U.S. sailors and Marines killed, 173, 170 plus people badly injured. And worst of all, as Old Sarge will tell you, not only the U.S. Navy covered it up under instructions from the Pentagon, but the President of the United States and Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, covered it up as well. So there's been no justice done to these survivors. And like me, these survivors are getting older in age, but today I'm delighted to introduce to you Old Sarge Bryce Lockwood, head of the Marine Detachment on the USS Liberty.
Little background. Early 1960s, several sub-Saharan African countries had recently won their independence from Spain, Portugal, Belgium, Germany, Great Britain. There was a heavy influence by both the Soviet Union and Cubans in sub-Saharan Africa, primarily due to the wealth of natural materials, gold, silver, rare metals. And the United States wanted to keep track of what was going on. Mind you, back in early 1960s, satellites were very rudimentary. In order to keep track of things, you had to get up pretty close. Several vessels were taken out of mothballs, fitted with high intelligence materials, electronics. USS Liberty was one of those. She was commissioned in 1945 as the SS Simmons Victory, a cargo-carrying ship. In 1965, the U.S. government spent $26 million equipping the USS Liberty with the latest electronics intelligence. Also aboard her, we had the world's largest mobile computer, a UNIVAC 500. You could probably do about as much intelligence with your smartphone today, but in 1965, the UNIVAC 500 was pretty top dollar. USS Liberty was sent with linguists up and down the west coast of Africa monitoring what was going on with these newly found independent countries. In 1967, war appeared to be imminent between Israel and her neighbors. The USS Liberty was ordered to proceed to port of Rota, Spain, take on fuel and stores, pick up 6 additional linguists, and proceed with all due haste to the Eastern Mediterranean, cruise in international waters up and down the coast of Gaza. I was one of those linguists that was taken aboard the USS Liberty on June the 1st of 1967. On June the 5th, hostilities broke out between Israel and her neighbors. I remember seeing an intelligence report from the U.S. Army that Israel had actually initiated hostilities. That was not what the press was told. The press was told that the Egyptians had initiated hostilities. Let me back up a little bit further here, too. There was a group of U.S. Phantom photo reconnaissance aircraft that was sent from the United States to Torón Air Base in Spain. When they arrived, all the U.S. markings were obliterated on the aircraft. The pilots were given neutral uniforms and neutral identification and sent to overfly the United Arab Republic. At that time consisted of Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and to a lesser extent, Libya. The results of those flights were given to the Israelis. When hostilities broke out, they knew where every aircraft was located, every piece of artillery, every tank. The Egyptians were in defensive positions. They had dug in the rear of their tanks to where they could get more trajectory on their projectiles. On June the 8th, we had drill general quarters at noontime. We had secured from drill GQ. I had had the mid-watch the night before. I was at my rack stamping my name in some new T-shirts when suddenly there was a very loud noise. I'd never been under enemy fire before, but I knew immediately that we were in serious trouble. I dropped what I was doing and headed for my GQ station, which was below decks. There was a crew of 294 aboard the USS Liberty. Out of that 294, roughly 180 were intelligence collection people. Linguists, Morse code operators, voice intercept operators, technical intercept people. I went to my GQ station down below decks. I remember the division senior enlisted man, Chief Smith, saying, well, I guess we're going to have to initiate destruction. When you've spent years collecting intelligence, you don't want to hear that. All those years of work, breaking codes, translating languages, putting it all together to make some readable intelligence out of it, that all had to go into ditching bags. We had these large canvas bags with a lead weight in the bottom and brass ferrules on the side. When we collected voice intercept tapes in those days, we didn't have chips to do the work. We used 6-inch magnetic reels. There were hundreds of those. Linguistics magazines, manuals. And all of that had to go into ditching bags and over the top. The captain came on the speaker system, the internal speaker system of the ship, and said, brace yourselves, torpedo attack, starboard side. I remember one of my friends saying, well, they hit us with everything else. What else can they hit us with? There were 826 large caliber strikes on the ship, 40 millimeter cannon fire, guided missiles, heat-seeking missiles. Every transmission antenna that we had was destroyed. The Israelis were jamming our distress frequencies, which is a violation of international law. They were using unmarked aircraft, which is a violation of international law. The division officer stuck his head in the door and said, Sergeant Lockwood, you come here a minute, please. I stepped out into the passageway, and he got me into a discussion with the senior research officer aboard the ship, Commander David Lewis. It was a Marine's job to get shot at, and there's these heavy bags full of intelligence material that's got to be taken topside and pitched over into the sea. The idea being by the time they could be recovered, there wouldn't be anything there of value. We had just gotten into this conversation when suddenly there was a very loud noise and a flash of fire. I knocked to the deck. first thought that came to my mind said, well, Lord, I guess this is it. I guess I'm going home. At least Lois and the kids are taken care of. Lois is my wife. I felt something cold. I looked down and water was gushing in. And I heard a moan behind me. And there was a sailor. His name was Joe Lentini. Joe had stepped out into the center passageway and had taken a piece of shrapnel from an Israeli rocket in his thigh. He'd gotten a tourniquet and sat down on the deck and leaned up against the ladderway, which is the only way out, and was putting a tourniquet on that wound when the torpedo struck. We had sheet steel bulkheads that separated the various compartments on the ship. You were required to only be in the area that you had access to. That was so if someone should compromise the intelligence, only that small piece would be compromised. Those sheet steel bulkheads just mushroomed with the force of the explosion. Joe's leg was caught in that and literally made toothpicks out of it. He was moaning. I tried to get my arms under his and pull him loose, but he was wedged in there tightly. I said, come on, you got to get your legs under and help me. I can't do it by myself. Come on, push. I didn't realize that his left leg was smashed. But he was able to get his right leg under him and move just enough pressure to where I could pull him loose. By that time, the water was almost to the overhead. We only had about 1.5 feet of airspace. Mind you, 180 intelligence people crammed into this underwater compartment. The only way out was a ladderway, which is about 2 feet wide, very steep. There was a lot of screaming and hollering going on, and as loud as I could, I said, knock it off. If y'all don't settle down, none of us will get out of here alive. And I heard the division officer, Lieutenant Bennett, at the top of the ladderway saying, this is Mr. Bennett, open this hatch. Apparently I passed out because the next thing I remember was I was holding a man's head above water. There was no lights. The only light we had was coming through the torpedo hole, which is roughly 36 by 42 feet, most of it below the water line. He was unconscious. I was trying to hold his head above water. And I struggled to go up the ladderway. When the torpedo struck, it ruptured a bulk fuel tank. Bunker oil is what fired the boilers and made the steam to drive the ship. That bunker oil stunk to high heavens. Heavy waste oil is what most of it was. And that was everywhere. Oil and water doesn't mix very well. You put it on steel and it's pretty slippery. I got this guy started up the ladderway, and a piece of the torpedo had struck the railing on that ladderway and bent it into where there's only about 1.5 feet of space. I got to that place and I dropped him. As the ship was rolling with the sea, water was gushing in and out. He's headed back out towards the torpedo hole, went back, got him, started back up the ladder again, got to watch out for that bent railing, got him to the top, and the hatch was sealed shut. I was trying to hold his head above water and pounding on the hatch, and a sailor named Bobby Schnell came and opened the hatch and let me out. There was another sailor there named Phil Turney. Phil was part of the damage control aboard the ship. Phil said the captain has announced, prepare to abandon ship, said you need to get a life vest on, put a life vest on him, this unconscious sailor, and take him to the mess decks. All the tables that we ate off from, they'd taken mattresses and put on there and were trying to take care of the most severely wounded. I tried to pick him up, dropped him, tried to pick him up again, dropped him again. Phil said, oh, here's Bobby Schnell. Bobby was a weightlifter in pretty good physical shape, but he picked him up and trotted back to the mess decks with him. And I felt real thirsty, and there was a scuttlebutt drinking fountain. around the corner in another passageway. I went over to get a drink of water, and a black man stared back at me. Apparently, when the torpedo struck, the only thing that happened to me was blast effect from the torpedo. It killed 25 men all around me. How I escaped, I don't know. We were told to go to the radio room, which is on the starboard side of the ship. The Israelis were using 3 motor torpedo boats. They had fired 5 torpedoes at us. Years later, at one of our reunions, one of the fellows that was in the front part of the ship had heard a strange noise. Didn't realize what it was. That was a near-miss torpedo. I remember lying on the deck in a radio room and hearing this mayday go out. Firefox, Firefox, this is Rockstar, Rockstar. Under attack by unidentified surface and air units, require immediate assistance. It seemed that when the Israelis were firing rockets at us, they couldn't jam our distress frequencies because that would screw up the flight of the rockets. In that brief moment of time, that mayday went out, and immediately the shooting stopped. These motor torpedo boats were circling us and firing heavy caliber machine guns onto us. There were 3,100 strikes from those heavy caliber machine guns. I kept wondering why. They told us, oh, there's no need for an escort. We can have air cover to you in 10 minutes. We had been under attack for well over an hour at that period of time. Mind you, the Israelis were using unmarked aircraft, violation of international law. One of those pilots refused to fire on us. He said, it's an American ship. It's an American ship. I can see the flag. His name was Lev Toth. He returned to base, was court-martialed, spent 5 years in Israeli prison. When he was released, he came to the United States, started hanging around with a lady who was a bank bilker. Bankers don't like you messing with their money. Levi Toth got sentenced to another 5 years in prison. And in 1988, his girlfriend contacted a U.S. congressman by the name of Pete Kwiatkowski, Republican congressman from the state of California, and asked him if he wouldn't go to Springfield, Missouri and interview this pilot at the federal medical prison located in Springfield. Congressman Kwiatkowski sent me a dossier from that Israeli pilot, 3/4 of an inch thick. Among the documents in that dossier was an interview that Congressman Kwiatkowski had with a former Israeli Mossad agent in Canada. He wouldn't come to the United States. He said, my life wouldn't be worth a nickel in the United States. One of those documents was an Israeli Mossad attempt to assassinate George Herbert Walker Bush because he was not friendly enough towards Israel. I was medevac to the carrier America. While I was aboard the America, Commander Dave Lewis, whom I was talking to in torpedo struck, I was facing the torpedo and my glasses protected me from the debris from the torpedo. Commander Lewis was perpendicular to it. Some of that debris went under his glasses and sealed his eyes shut. It was about 5 days after the attack. He was in the optical section aboard the America, and his eyes had just been lanced open. Admiral Larry Geis, who was commander of Task Force 6, that included the carriers USS Saratoga, USS America, and the guided missile cruiser USS Little Rock. Asked Commander Lewis to come to his stateroom. He swore Mr. Lewis to secrecy until, quote, after I am dead, and related this story. Rescue aircraft had been dispatched from the USS Saratoga to come to our aid. They had nuclear weapons aboard them. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara came on the air and said, get those aircraft back. Joe Tully, who was skipper aboard the USS Saratoga, figured out that that's probably why they were recalled, is because of those nuclear weapons. He relaunched aircraft with conventional weaponry, again announced that he had launched them, and again Secretary McNamara came on the air and said, get those aircraft back. Admiral Geis said he wanted to exercise his authority, to hear that from higher authority. Well, the only higher authority was the President of the United States. President Johnson came on the air and said this, get those aircraft back. I will not have my allies embarrassed. They were using unmarked aircraft, and we did not know who was attacking us. How did President Johnson know? America's entire nuclear force was on full alert the morning of June 8, 1967, before we were attacked. Why? President Johnson hated President Gamal Nasser, president of Egypt, hated him. We think the president set us up. Sacrificial lamb, sink the ship, kill everyone aboard it, and get the U.S. involved on the side of Israel. In 2005, Steve Rosen, then a senior officer with his IPAC, was dining with Jeffrey Goldberg, who was then with the New Yorker magazine. I believe he's currently with the Atlantic. He said, you see this napkin? In 24 hours, I can have the signatures of 70 United States senators on this napkin. 70 U.S. senators. We did nothing. Survivors were ordered to silence. You say anything about this, we'll send you to Fort Leavenworth and forget about you. There has never been a U.S. Congress investigation into the attack on the USS Liberty, which is required under Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution to investigate acts of piracy on the high seas and violations of the law of nations. There has never been a U.S. congressional investigation into the attack on the Liberty. Years later, the USS Davis was attacked off the coast of Yemen. 17 sailors were killed. U.S. Congress spent 9 months investigating that attack. But it was America's best ally that attacked USS Liberty. We did nothing. The result? Israel realized they could do whatever they wanted, and U.S. Congress, U.S. government would do nothing. Please don't mistake anything I have to say today as being anti-Jewish. My argument is not against the Jewish people. It's against a foreign government who attacked a vessel of the United States on the high seas in international waters and covered it up. 70,000 Gazans killed. And the U.S. supplied the bombs 1 million Palestinians, refugees, homeless. Israel attacking Lebanon now. Beirut, pretty much destroyed. 1 million Lebanese, homeless. And we've done nothing.
Bryce, Old Sarge, would you like to say something about Admiral Mohrer's investigation?
The only investigation attack on the Liberty was ordered by the government. It took 5 days. And Admiral Thomas Moore, who was then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, personally concluded that we were ordered to accept the Israeli excuse that it was a case of mistaken identity. The so-called ship that the Israelis claim we were mistaken for was an Egyptian World War I horse transport, the El Qasir, which was in dry docks in Alexandria, Egypt, had not been to sea for 20 years and was waiting to be cut up for scrap. The only armament was a 4-inch muzzle loading cannon. Quite a case of mistaken identity, huh? And I guess you could say the Israeli pilots were colorblind because Egyptian ships are painted black with hull markings in Arabic script. U.S. ships are painted gray. Maybe they were colorblind. Questions?
Yeah, if we could have questions now. Actually, I have a couple of things to add here. Admiral Mohrer, as you may recall, was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, retired when he took this up. He felt strongly about this, clearly, and he came to the right conclusions. He was also our ambassador to London. No little fellow was Admiral Mohrer. I want to also just add one or two things about the Israeli. I'll tell you, why don't you sit down and I'll give you this stick. We'll handle questions this way. Sit down. Yeah, I just want to, a lot of this is cynical, and some of it but God, you got to get it out here. So what happened? 67, right? So here comes Menachem Begin, Prime Minister of Israel in 1982, speaking, if memory serves, before the National Defense Institute here in Washington. And I quote him. It's in the New York Times if you look on page 85. Quote, Menachem Begin. In June 1967, we had a choice. The Egyptian army concentrations in the Sinai and the Sinai approaches do not prove that Egyptian President Nasser was really about to attack us. We must be honest with ourselves. We decided to attack him. And all those students at the National Defense College yawned and said, oh, isn't that interesting? My God, we decided to attack him. Chutzpah? I mean, on steroids. Now, there are a couple other things here. Old Sarge has already told you about LBJ's hatred for Nasser and how our own reconnaissance was devoted to making sure that the Israelis knew exactly where the Egyptian troops, such as they were deployed. I had a chance to ask the former chief of the Arab-Israeli branch of the Office of Current Intelligence at CIA, what do you remember about that? And he said, quote, there were intercepted messages, and they said very flatly and firmly that the pilots reported seeing American flags and repeated their requests for confirmation of the attack order. I remember when one message. It said, "But these are American ships." Reply, "Follow your orders." So whole platoons of Americans saw those intercepts, says this branch chief. If NSA now says they don't exist, then someone has ordered them destroyed. The other thing I just add, I don't think that old Sark mentioned, you were in international waters the entire time, correct?
13 and a half nautical miles
Yeah.
from the coast.
Okay.
Incidentally, Israel had plans to attack the Golan Heights on June the 8th when the Liberty showed up getting in the way. The Israelis had captured an entire Egyptian brigade in excess of 850 people, 850 men. They were pretty much hungry and had surrendered to the Israelis. Israel needed those troops that were guarding those Egyptian prisoners of war in order to take the Golan Heights. Many of those men were ordered to dig their own graves and were executed by the Israelis. That's a pretty serious violation of international law. Many of them had their hands tied behind their backs with barbed wire. I was giving a lecture in Kansas City some years ago and mentioning the attack on the Golan Heights, that the Israelis had bribed the Syrian officer in charge of defense of the Golan Heights to pull his troops back. This young gentleman named Fadi Banyamarja shot up his hand and said, "What you say is true. My uncle was that commander of the Syrian troops." They were ordered to pull their troops back and pretty much let Israel take the Golan Heights.
Yeah, so my last comment, we'll have a lot of time for Q&A. We built that in because I hope that you all have a lot of curiosity here. For those who don't remember, the Israelis occupied a lot of territories in 1967. They withdrew from the Sinai, but not from the Golan Heights, or not from Gaza, not from the West Bank. So, what did the international community think about that? Well, in those days, the UN had some pizzazz to it, okay? There was a Security Council resolution in November of 1967, unanimously passed, everyone agreeing that Israel must leave occupied territories. Oh, isn't that interesting? Well, they're still there, folks, okay? And what's been done about it? Nothing. So the international community is also lax in enforcing international law. And there it is right on the books, the US and everyone else agreeing that this should be done. So just the last step here, where you talk about Hezbollah or Hamas, okay? Terrorists. Well, I see some of you out there are international lawyers. You know that they're resistance forces. You know that international law permits resistance forces to try to resist occupiers, to include using violence, okay? And I was reminded that recently by a Chinese lawyer who's China's representative in Geneva at one of those UN bodies. In chapter and verse, he said, look, you label these guys terrorists. They're resistance forces against the occupiers who have occupied these territories since 1967. I'm sorry if I feel a little bit strongly about this, but let's now have questions and answers, and we have almost a half hour to do that. So, yes, first person there.
Yeah, I guess you can hear me okay? I don't need the microphone?
No, speak up though.
Okay. My name is Jose Vega. I'm an independent think about what happened off of the coast of Sri Lanka with the Iranian sailors who were unarmed. 84 of their bodies are now being repatriated back to Iran, and some of them are still stuck in limbo where they cannot go back yet. I think about that in the context of your story and the fact that this is happening again. It's the same policy. And many independent candidates right now are standing up and saying they want to reject that policy. We have been in New York under the subject of harassment, stalking, and other people trying to get access to my apartment. But I want to pose a question to both of you. What is it that the independent candidates, some of them like Tony Aguilar and myself and others, are either watching online or in this room, would like to know? How can we get your story out there much more broadly? I thought that if people knew that that happened, they would look at what's going on in Iran in a much different way.
Thank you, Jose. There's one more independent candidate that's in this room. Would he like to identify himself? Brian McGinnis, okay. And I think there's one more. Tony, yeah, well, Tony was mentioned. One more?
I'm running as a Democrat for the state legislature for Missouri, District 137. I'd like to add a little touch of humor here. Lloyd Painter, one of the officers aboard the ship, didn't get along real well with the skipper, got out of the Navy and put an application in with the Secret Service. He's in New York City with a fully automatic weapon and an elevator car. And Moshe Dayan, the one-eyed monster, got on that same elevator car, and Lloyd said, I thought about it. The last sailor that I took out of the ship, his name was Dave McFagan. And years later, Sunday morning, early Sunday morning, we were sitting in his kitchen with his family. They wanted to know about what had happened to their dad. And Dave kind of bleated out, said, I wouldn't be hurt nearly as bad if you would have dropped me so many times.
Next question, please. Yes, please.
Ray, you called out candidates for office. Ted McIntyre, Major, United States Air Force retired, running for governor.
Governor of?
North Carolina.
Whoa, of course, yeah. I can vote for you because I'm a citizen of North Carolina. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Is there any current effort to try and reach out to mainstream media to reacquaint them with this story? Have you been making efforts on that, and what kind of response do you get these days?
Okay, if everyone heard that, any efforts to get the story out, this is it, folks. This is it, as far as I know. Now we'll try our best to get the story out, but as you see, it's uphill struggle. Right now, all we can do is to tell the obvious truth about why the attack on Iran. And as I say, it's never been clearer. How could it be? Why is it that most people don't know why? And it's because it's been really subdued in the press. Not only what Secretary of State says, but also what Joe Kent says. Do you want to say anything more about that or anything about anything else?
I think I'm pretty well talked out.
Okay. Yes, Sam.
Thank you.
This is Sam Hosseini.
Could you clarify, you indicated in your remarks that you thought that Johnson was angling to actually get the U.S. directly involved in the attack. I'm not sure that I've heard that before. If you could clarify what you think the motives were. Wasn't the U.S. assessment that they thought that Israel would win if a conflict at that time between
Joan Mellon, professor of English at Temple University in Philadelphia, wrote a book, Faustian Bargains, documents President Johnson's rise to power, the 13th box of ballots that disappeared during his run for congressman years ago, and documents the attack on the USS Liberty. Part of her story was the number 2 man in the US CIA at the time, James Eagleton. James Eagleton was a double agent with the Israeli Mossad.
Angleton. Angleton.
Angleton, yes. Set up the attack on the Liberty to get us involved. There's another book, too, by Peter Hunem, Operation Cyanide, a reporter who was digging through some presidential documents at the Lyndon Johnson Library, came across a staff briefing, which included the president, and in the margin he had penciled in Operation Cyanide. That's where he got that title. He documents that America's entire nuclear force was on full alert. B-52 bombers, fully fueled, engines idling, nuclear weapons aboard, Beale Air Force Base, Marysville, California, sitting at the end of the runway, just waiting for orders to go do it. Yes, ma'am.
This is sort of a caveat from his question. We've seen the stories of USS Liberty coming out in the media more recently, and Phil Turney doing multiple interviews. What has the response from Congress and Senate been in order to actually do some sort of hearing or briefing?
Zero.
Not one, none.
I'm originally from upstate New York, a little town of Afton, New York. My dad's sister, mind you, this was 30 years ago, sat in a local restaurant and collected over 300 signatures on a petition to the congressman from her district. He said he would look into it, never did.
Yes, Brian.
So I want to thank you for being such a great role model and your bravery back in 1967, and also to body the pain and suffering you had to carry to this day. And thank you for being brave and sharing this story. I wanted to ask you 2 questions. What is your personal opinion of the trajectory of the awareness you've brought through your storytelling? And also, as you live in Missouri, I used to live across the Mississippi River in Illinois. What is the attitude of your fellow Missourians in regards to international affairs or Israeli meddling in international affairs?
I've lectured at College of Arts and Sciences at University of Missouri Columbia in March last year. It was on a weekend, so there wasn't a lot of attendees, but about 70 that were there. Standing ovation. Veterans Day last year, I was invited to speak to Lee Summit High School, Lee Summit, Missouri. Pretty much the same thing. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I was hoping both of you, either of you could address this, but we've obviously all seen the questioning of this unconditional alliance with Israel on the conservative side. A lot of outspoken folks now that have talked about why we're siding with a foreign power unconditionally. But I also wonder if you could address the counter-argument to that that's also come from the left and progressives, which is to say that in fact Israel is an extension of U.S. foreign policy in the region. What is your assessment of that? How do you respond?
I think probably the Steve Rosen. I can have 70 U.S. senators' signatures on this napkin in 24 hours.
Yeah, I would just, if I could add, if you look at Iran, and if I could ask you to look at Gaza, I've never thought that I would live in a country that would not only arm, support, enable genocide, but that's where we are, and why this president and his retinue think that's justified, or why they think they should do that. Well, there's all the usual answers to that, but I suspect that there's also the Epstein factor here. I think that it's very clear this was a Mossad operation. That's not conspiracy, that's fact. We have Mossad operatives admitting to that. And we have one of them appealing to our president, please, just out with it, just confess, and you will stop this carnage in Gaza and so forth. So I don't know what proportion of the motivation that our president supports genocide, forced starvation, and now has let himself be mousetrapped. Remember what the Secretary of State and the National Security Assistant, same guy, Rubio, said. I read it to you before. Realize, too, that the National Security Assistant is the funnel through which all information flows to the president. That's why you had Brzezinski, that's why you had Kissinger, that's why you had people setting themselves up in that crucial part of the of the National Security Council as the National Security Advisor, exact title is Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, does not have to be confirmed by the Senate. They control the flow of information. So if Rubio is the kind of guy I think he is, then he's in control of what Trump gets, and you know, it's not much better with Pete Hegseth or or some of the others. Yeah, one question up there, another one. Yeah, could you speak? This is Dennis, right? Dennis, good to see you, man.
Was the question, were our foreign policy an extension of Israel our foreign policy was an extension of it?
Yeah, only because the argument is very pervasive now that Israel does its own thing and we shouldn't be involved. Our reaction.
Somewhat, but I'll just remind you of one thing. Remember what Joe Biden said. If there was not an Israel, we would have created one. That should answer your question.
Say who you are.
Okay, my name is Dennis Fritz, and I'm a retired Command Chief Master Sergeant, and I think you're here for me at about 12:30, and I have a lot to say about that, and then also about who truly cares about the military men and women of our armed forces that are used as pawns in these illegal wars.
Well, yeah, there's one more. Oh, please, Mary.
I am no one important. I am not running for office. I am not an intellectual scholar. My name is Ann Damerel. I worked for the Agency for International Development overseas, and I was serving in Beirut in 1983, April the 18th, 1983. The American embassy was bombed at that time, and everyone seemed to know but me. Well, they were telling you were to get out. And I said, what do you mean, get out? Get out of the country. They were talking about Israel. Israel had invaded. They wanted Israel out. We were a very vulnerable site, and that was the first time the embassy was bombed. It wasn't just an ambassador. They usually, people who want to speak their mind about American policies and issues. I think Americans need to think very clearly of what's going on. There is right and there is wrong. And you expressed it beautifully in the wrong that was wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. We all remember the, oh, yes, please, question in the back. We're going to break in 5 minutes so you can finish what's left of those donuts and have some coffee, and it will be back in shape after 10 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Mary Nesnick, and I'm an unemployed Arabist. But I have a question about opinion molding. And since at least a decade, Iran has been in the religious Christian nationalist, Christian fundamentalist messaging on parallel universe of television broadcasts from religious broadcasters about the eternal enemy. And this enemy imaging is now come to fruition. There's no regulation on that messaging, and yet there's a close correlation between the relationship of these broadcasters of Christian Zionism and the war we have now. What regulation is there, and is that important?
Could you ask the question again? What regulation?
What breaks are there on this, or is there a regulation for this religious freedom expression, which is really messaging for another country?
It's a real problem, of course. I don't know what the breaks are. I know who's in charge. But I think the good news is that because of, well, let's face it, Americans don't like killing other people by starving them to death, okay? I come from a tradition where my grandfathers were starved to death in Ireland, okay? It's not a nice thing to come from. And not only that, of course, at least the Israelis themselves are admitting to what, 70,000 people, mostly non-combatants there. And so all I'm saying here is that Americans are becoming informed. We've got a long way to go. But I understand that the president's approval ratings this morning were something like 58%, and 59% were against the war in Iran. And, you know, so I think the progress is just that stands so slow. And I guess if there are no other questions, we'll break for a little while. So, oh, yeah, one more, please.
Tim Rush with the EIR News Service. I just wanted to ask about the whole factor of the situation devolving toward use of nuclear weapons. On both sides, certainly we have the so-called Samson option, long known from the Israeli side. On the US and British side, people may not be as aware of just how high level some of the insane people are who think that you can fight and win a nuclear war, that tactical nuclear weapons can be used safely. We have Thomas Buchanan, Admiral #2 in our Stratcom, in charge of all our nuclear weapons, who a year and a half ago said, we don't want a nuclear war, but if we have to fight it, we have to fight it to win it. We have to have enough nuclear weapons left over at the end to dominate the world after nuclear war. We have a fellow in Britain named Malcolm Chalmers from the originally Royal Institute of Service Academies, now #2 advisor to the Secretary of the Defense Secretary of Britain. He said a few years ago that he wanted to see a Cuban Missile Crisis on steroids using nuclear weapons to threaten Crimea. And then a year later, when he was actually appointed to the Defense Ministry of Britain, said, well, let's drop a demonstration nuclear weapon in a remote area of Russia to show that we are willing to go there. Now, when you have people at that level intersecting these Christian Zionists and the really fanatic Greater Israel types that think you're bringing on the second coming or whatever, We've got obviously a very, very dangerous territory. How can we raise this issue in a way that can cut through, and how do you evaluate the possibility of a false flag attack that would be used to another 9/11, for instance? One of the other independent candidates, not here, but is very active on this, Diane Sayre, running for U.S. president as an independent, has raised the question, are we potentially facing what you called an Epstein class, new 9/11 to justify use of nuclear weapons?
Do you want me to do that?
Well, of course, 1967, the attack on the Liberty was basically a false flag operation. Not the first time, likely not the last.
Yeah, I would share the great concern here. You know, I've been watching this stuff for 6 decades, okay? Never before have I seen us so close to the possible use of nuclear weapons. Now, except for the Cuban Missile Crisis, during which, thank God, we had a sensible president who turned down the military, and at great peril, we know how that all came out, at great peril resisted and talked to Khrushchev, and later they both breathed real sighs of relief because they were able to satisfy their militaries. Kennedy saying, look, tell your guys we're going to pull those missiles out of Turkey, okay? Now, after that, 8 months after that, John Kennedy made a speech at American University. It was the 10th of June. I was 3 months a member of the CIA, right? And what he said in that pertains to this. He says, look, we've been through a lot. Russia and the United States have never been alone among all the major powers of the world. We've never been at war with each other, real war. We want the same things for our children, but the worst thing that would happen would be to have one nuclear power face the other with a choice between humiliating defeat and using nuclear weapons. Okay? Well, that held until last couple of months. Now, my view is that the Iranians will have the upper hand because the Israelis and the U.S. are running out of weapons, okay? Now, when Netanyahu is in extremis, people ask me, would he be tempted to use nuclear weapons? And I say, well, what kind of guy is he? Oh, he does genocide, and he does forced starvation, and I say, you tell me why he wouldn't, okay? And so that's very concerning. Now, as was mentioned, Admiral, what's his name? The guy from CENTCOM? Buchanan, yeah, this is 2 years ago. We're going to win. So here I am, a Russian leader, which I try to put myself in the shoes of for 6 decades. And I'm saying, my God, these guys are crazy. That's the worst thing, okay? It's not only Netanyahu's crazy, okay? I thought, and I wrote, and I warned everybody, don't worry about attacking Iran because they would close the Strait of Hormuz, and look, it's all just bluster, says McGovern, okay? So I didn't know how crazy these guys are. And neither does Putin, and neither does Xi, okay? So thanks for injecting that note of caution here. That's where I come out on it. That doesn't mean it's religious, doesn't mean it's dogma, but I've been around a while for what it's worth. Let's repair now for 5 minutes and get the next panel started. Thanks very much for all your attention and for your great questions. And let's hear it for Old Sarge. I'll be back in 5 minutes. to start again. I was really delighted that we had enough time for questions, and we want to do that continuously. So if you could grab a donut or whatever, and we'll start in about 3 or 4 minutes now. Thank you.
Let me give you mine. Very good.
We're about to get started, so now I'd like to just say that if you thought that was interesting, if I may have your attention, please. We have just been torpedoed. Midships, go to the starboard side. All right, swim. Okay, we're about to start now. If you thought the last presentation was captivating, you're in for a treat now. We have Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. Most of you know his history and his more recent involvements in Gaza and other places. I don't really think that Tony needs a lot more introduction, except to note that he is the 24th, I think, recipient of the Sam Adams Award for Integrity and Intelligence. Tony is in North Carolina, I'm happy to say, because I'm there too, usually. And without any further ado or anything like that, I'd like to ask Tony to come up and make his presentation, which will be followed shortly by another one. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending. Thank you for the introduction. And as was introduced, my name is Anthony Aguilar. I'm a retired Army veteran, 25 years in the United States Army, and I served as a Green Beret in Special Forces. When I retired, I was soon thereafter hired to go to Gaza with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, where I bore witness to the war crimes, the violations against civilians, the Palestinians, starvation, the illegal blockade, and collective punishment. And I have since spoken out against these war crimes, but I have also become an advocate for greater, to include anti-war, and specifically against the war that we're now fighting with Iran. And the focus of my comments today are on the oath that officers in the United States military of every branch of service take when they enter office. And the reason that matters is because it's the oath that connects the legal and moral obligations to the duty in serving in the military and fighting war. I provided an example so everyone understands of my oath of office when I was a second lieutenant, when I was commissioned from West Point in 2000, and the oath that I took. And I want to note that this oath has not changed since George Washington. Some of the words have been modified to modern language, but the intent remains the same. And every officer of every branch of every military service, whether they are a second lieutenant or a four-star general, take this very same oath. I support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God. And what you will notice about this oath is that there is no oath to a president, to a person, to a political party, to Congress, or even to the Army. The oath is to the Constitution. And that matters not just in the execution of military duty as an officer who has the authority to give orders, but it serves as a guide. My comments today serve not only as a way to inform, but as a call to action for the highest ranking of military officers in the military, General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Bradley Cooper, the commander of U.S. Central Command, because it's very clear that the highest order of civilian authority from the President to the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, have given directives of war crimes. We heard this last week. The directive given from the Secretary of Defense as that office to take no quarter is a war crime. To make statements of, we negotiate with bombs, is a war crime. To have no objective in how this war will end or no plan for the settlement of peace is a violation of just war. Some might argue, well, it's not violating the Constitution in terms of approval through Congress. And what I would say to that is that as our Congress is about to go into their spring recess, 3 times now our Congress has capitulated their responsibility in checking power of the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, in war. In addition to that, they're leaving a $200 billion bill on the table to fund this war further beyond the $1.9 billion in the National Defense Authorization Act, beyond the $1.7 trillion in next year's National Defense Authorization Act. And what that means is that because we were led into this war without the approval or the acknowledgement of Congress, who controls the purse and pays for things like this, that when the SecDef comes back and asks for money, it's the soldiers, the sailors, and the airmen and Marines that are fighting this war that get left out to dry. That's who suffers. With no protection, no missile defense, because we failed to plan. I'd like to share just war theory and understanding how wars are fought in a just way. Many are aware of just cause theory, jus-ad-bellum, or the justice in going to war. It must have a just cause to defend against an attack. It must have the proper authority. The authority in that war is through a legitimate government. It must have the right intention. The good must be to restore a just peace, not to acquire wealth or power. And it must be a last resort. All peaceful negotiations must be exhausted. There must be a reasonable chance of success. We do not send our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines to die wasteful death. and proportionality. The evil of the war must not outweigh the good. These are the principles of just war that the United States has proclaimed and abided by, that we have now seemingly thrown out the window. Conduct during war, jus-ad-bellum, or justice in war. We must fight such with discrimination. We should not bomb children's schools. We should not destroy civilian infrastructure. And proportionality. The bombing of a military base that's firing missiles does not justify the retort of bombing an entire city. And jus post bellum, or the ending of war and how justice is achieved at the end of war. The peace, or the objective, must be to restore pre-war situation or improve it. So when I talk about the oath, and I talk about military officers that serve, and the soldiers, the sailors, the airmen, and Marines that serve under them, who take an oath to obey the orders of these officers, and these officers are continuing this war in violation of just war and in the execution of war crimes. Every soldier and service member we have deployed to the region right now is in grave danger. We've seen it in the news today. We've seen it in the news all week. The imminency of a ground invasion is upon us. What's the strategy? What's the way out? To send 8,000 Marines to Qasem Island or to take Karag with no way out? To send in the 82nd Airborne Division to seize an airfield with no way out? To send in the Marine Expeditionary Units with no way out? We still don't know the death count. We still don't know the casualties, and our administration continues to keep it from us. All of this is to say, our Congress is not doing their job, and our president is seemingly fighting a war for wealth and power, of which the objectives have not been stated clearly, the end state has not been stated clearly, and how we're fighting this war and the threat that our soldiers are under has not been stated clearly. This is not only a violation of our Constitution and the intent of the Constitution and justification in war and the oath that officers take, it's an injustice to all of us. I call on the senior officers who serve in our military to honor their oath, to abide by their oath to the Constitution, not to the president, not to the Congress, not to a political party, or to their branch of service, to the Constitution, to disobey illegal orders, to disobey orders that commit war crimes. As we see today, the commander-in-chief, the president, continues to distance himself, blaming that on the Secretary of Defense, and that will matriculate down. That will matriculate down to the general officers, and down to the colonels, and down to the lieutenant colonels and the majors and the captains. And at the end of the day, young lieutenants and young sergeants will be holding the bag on the committing of war crimes. And we cannot stand by and tolerate that because of this oath to the Constitution that every officer that raises their right hand takes freely, who those that are serving right now have an obligation to uphold, not an obligation to what the president may say if it's in violation of just war theory, war crimes, which violate the Constitution. I call on these officers to do what is right. In making these comments about anti-war, I am not anti-American. I am not anti-military or anti-soldier. I think that our men and women that serve in their capacity are brave and well-skilled, and that we do have a phenomenal military. The point is that they're being sent into a slaughter by an administration that does not have a clear policy, that does not have an exit strategy, and so far as we can tell, does not have an end to this conflict to bring peace, but further war. I call on everyone, from the West Coast to the East Coast, to notify and write your congressman, your senator, or your representative to demand accountability. Because we'll see this again. We'll see this as we defend Taiwan. We'll see this as we take Greenland. We'll see this as we expand the war in the global south beyond Venezuela to Guyana or to Cuba. And when we think about our soldiers that are at risk, when we violate these rules, every service member is at risk because now they don't have the protection of those rules. Some of you may have heard Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina earlier this week talk about he's willing to accept the losses. He likened the conflict and what's about to happen to Iwo Jima, and that we won in Iwo Jima and we'll win again. Well, I hope that the American public is aware that in Iwo Jima we lost over 8,000 soldiers, sailors, and Marines. And he is willing to sacrifice our best, our brothers and sisters, our women and children, our fathers, sons and daughters. We cannot stand for this. And for every military officer serving in uniform, it is your duty, it is your obligation, it is your sacred honor in connecting our democracy to the Constitution, to our fighting of war, to disobey and stand down. And the time is now. In the coming hours, in the coming days, we know that there is an intent for a ground invasion. That ground invasion will lead to the death of thousands. And we're going to watch it. And we can do something about it now, or we can all sit back with our yellow ribbons and our flag-draped coffins and our patriotic songs and our memorials and funerals just up the hill in Arlington and ask ourselves, what should we have done? This president is not going to do anything to stop it, and neither is this administration. So it's up to us to stand up, stand firm, to call it out, and to call on military officers to not follow these orders. Just like in Nuremberg, I was just following orders is not an excuse. Thank you all very much, and appreciate the opportunity to be here, and thank you, Ray.
Can you stay here?
Yeah, you want me to sit down? Yeah.
That was 20 minutes and 1 second. You were a second over, Tony. You may have noticed that we've built in a lot of time for Q&A, so that's why people have been very circumspect in keeping within their time. And after this little panel, there's been a change here that I should have mentioned in introducing Tony, and that is that Ivan Ingraham, Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Marine Corps Special Forces, is next up. And you know, he will represent the Marines as well as Old Sarge, I'm sure. I don't think Ivan is as well known recently because he took off his uniform a lot longer before than Tony did. But he too swore this oath that I swore on the 14th of June, 1961, to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And Ivan can speak as well to that subject that we have later. Is the forever war coming home, about which we have the panel? Ivan is speaking now. Josie Guilbeau will take his place on that panel later. Ivan, most welcome.
For the next 45 slides and 90 minutes, I'm just kidding, you guys are. This is a serious enough topic without having to interject too much levity. But I will say this, I retired in 2022. I spent 24 years in the United States Marine Corps. I served in the infantry and am a founding member of Marine Special Operations Command. I spent 20 of 24 years in special operations in some capacity. I'm beginning to think that Tony may have shared or stolen some of my food over the years because of the Army and Marine Corps' rivalry. And in special operations, it's certainly no different. When I got out, I began to take a view of my service and change the lens, I suppose, through which I viewed it. Because it's one thing when you're actually head down in what you're doing, and then you get away from that and you get an opportunity to kind of put your head up and understand or begin to understand things may have been happening in parallel or around you. And so maybe it's an idea of awakening. So for me, I found that I wanted to become a writer. All the good jobs were taken, so this is no slight to any of the journalists. I'm just saying that that was my medium, and that's how I've begun to express myself in many ways. My Substack, published several books. I never thought you could say this about me, but you can Google me. And because of that, that has become my vessel in the voice. And one of the things I also like to write in, participate in the screenplays. And when the lights go down, the audience wants to be told a story, and they want to be entertained. Now, it needs to be compact, and you have to get it at the end that you feel satisfied. But the one thing you cannot do when you're writing and presenting is fool the audience. Because you can fool someone in the audience, but you can't fool everyone collectively, because if you write well, they will all come to the same conclusion together, and they'll respect that you allowed them to do so. And our government is trying to fool the audience. And that's an insult. So when we talk about the forever wars coming home to stay, they're already here. So if you'll indulge me, I'll take you on just a little bit of a journey, and we'll come back to the conclusion. Because we had a valuable opportunity after World War II as a nation to actually embark upon the things that we said we would do, which is promotion of democracy, helping the other countries in the world were just devastated, and build them up so that we all had a little bit of equitability. We also had a chance to do it wrong. And, well, when you have those kinds of options, that's what happens. So, in order for us to propagate and keep things moving, our country had to come up with big bad guys, because we were the big good guy in the story. And the big bad guy were the communists. And that endured for about 50 years. Sprinkle in some terrorism in the mix, start spreading bases all over the world. We now have more than 750. So that you can not only forward stage, but forward deploy forces everywhere to respond, and then start calling the wars you fight and instigate interventions, low-intensity conflict, sometimes a war, limited scale, whatever that happens to mean. Ask the good Sarge what limited warfare looks like. So as we tried to repackage these things, they all kept one narrative moving, and that is we require instability to be able to project that which we espouse. And so it is in our interest, it is in the interest as we try to convince our allies to keep things unstable so that we can continually go after a bad guy. And when we ran out of the communists, we thought we would be ascendant in the 1990s, in the new American, at the end of the century, and moving into the new American century. And then we created another bad guy by way of the Middle East, but the Middle East had always been there. As Rebecca, as a pastor, said this morning, presciently, people just look at that and say, that's just the way it is. And that's the problem. Our country has been at war for so long that it doesn't register with anyone anymore. It's just the way it is. We fought wars and have been at war for all of the 21st century. And I served in almost all of it. Now, I find myself in a difficult space because I am very proud of my service. I'm proud of being a United States Marine. I agree with Anthony about the oath and what it means. And I've got plenty of skin in the game because my children serve, and every member of my family has served since the American Civil War. So this is not about a renouncement. It is about, if we are really, truly serious about reevaluating how we approach things, we have got to get out of this constant cycle. The U.S. Department of Defense, which is what I'll call it, $1.5 trillion budget already, asking for $200 billion more. That's with a B. That kind of money right there funds the entire American health care that nobody wanted to pay for, because we can't give someone a handout, and it would cost the taxpayers too much money. You're already going to pay for it, one way or the other. I'm not an anti-capitalist. I actually believe that things have just come off the rails in this country by way of its propagation and mismanagement. And if we can get it back on track, we might actually be able to go back to 1945 and remap things the way they should be. Because we are indeed the most powerful economic force in the world, for good or for bad, and we're also the most powerful military in the world, uncontested. And when I talk about the application of nuclear weapons, one is too many. So whether we quibble about the employment and, what the limited scale should be, we have to be very careful of the language that's being used, because we're, again, inured to the idea that we're at war, and that will just be part of the progression of things. And that can't continue. So are the forever wars coming home? They've been home. And you grew up with them, and I grew up with them. Our parents grew up, and they've just been repackaged generationally so that we understand, as a collective, in our memory, that if we don't get them, they're gonna get us. And there may be some truth to that in some areas. But if you really look at our history, we have the lion's share of initiation. And what we don't do well is finish. If you want to start a war, you get the Marine Corps. You want to expand it, you grab the Army. And then we just keep going from there. But we rarely have a really thought-out plan, because at the War College, as I was a student there, we spent a lot of time studying history. We spent a lot of time looking at the way wars are fought on by the American military. And the policies that go into that were really not so much something we need to evaluate, because we were troops, we were soldiers, and we were officers at that point in time. We were expected to execute things appropriately. And we talk about scalability and all these other things, but it's very interesting that we didn't spend a lot of time looking at conflict prevention. And maybe that's not the military's role, but it's something I think it should be taught along with ethics and moral decision-making within our officership and also within our military so that we do not continue making these same mistakes. And if forever war is to be our future, then that is our departure point so that we can combat it and truly be the country we espouse ourselves to be. I'm proud of my service. I wouldn't trade it. And I still believe in the tenets of this country, even if they are corrupt. Thank you for your time.
Josie, you've joined us. Do you want to say something now, or are you going to wait till later? Is this on? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Thank you so much, both of you. Now, Josie has joined us here, Josephine Guilbeau. She's I can't say retired or, well, she spent, what, 18 years? 17? Army captain. Quit for reasons she can explain later herself. But it's been a real gadfly to the rest of us with her youth and her good ideas and everything else. So if she should join on a panel now with Tony and Ivan, feel free to direct your questions to any of the three. And I'm going to surrender this microphone and let you just go ahead and ask your questions. Yes. Did you have a question?
Yes. Esther Averum, Pacifica Radio and Breakthrough News. I had a question for Mr. Aguilar.
If they could start again.
Okay, sure. Esther Averum, Pacifica Radio and Breakthrough News. I had a question for Mr. Aguilar. So you mentioned the government lying about the number of casualties. And so it's kind of two parts. At some point early in this war, Iran claimed that it had captured prisoners of war. And the administration denied it and said that all were killed in action. So it was very confusing to me because it would all imply that there were boots on the ground already, right? I didn't understand that. And later I wondered if there could be games played in terms of troops versus mercenaries or people who are special ops or whatever who aren't considered strictly military, right? And so they can say, well, no, our people weren't killed, but others who were fighting on behalf of the United States were killed. And secondly, I wanted to know if you had any more details in terms of saying that the administration is lying about the number of casualties.
Well, thank you for that question. And equivocation is still lying. So equivocation through not only obfuscating what is true, but then also flat out lying in terms of what's occurred. I think we can all agree, based on what we've seen and what we know from various intelligence agencies, that the USS Gerald Ford was not destroyed in a laundry room fire. There are casualties that we haven't been notified of. What the military does in order to maintain that control of the narrative is, well, we're waiting for next of kin notification, or we're waiting to identify the remains. If you consider the tactical operations center that was struck in Kuwait, of which we lost the first 6 reservists, if that tactical operations center was full and operational, everyone's dead. Now, are they still trying to identify remains and haven't told us yet because of the next of kin notification? I have close friends in Germany where we have Ramstein and Landstuhl, which are Role 3 hospitals, that are full. So When you consider the operations that have been done, the F-15s that have been shot down, the KC-130s that have been shot down and destroyed, and the attacks and the strikes on all U.S. bases in the region, and we only have 14 U.S. KIA, I don't believe it. In the invasion of Iraq, in the Thunder Run, the Battle of Baghdad, we lost 26, and that was pretty high intensity. And this war has now gone on to where forces have been struck throughout the region. To your question about could there be others used to where the U.S. will then deny their existence in terms of being U.S., we've seen that before. Other agencies, other three-letter agencies that operate in a joint task force that may not be considered military. What we've seen in this next round of operations, and this is open source, this is not any special information, is that there will likely be a Delta Force operation consisting of Delta Force and the chemical, biological, nuclear, radiological experts, or CBRN experts that have to go in to identify wherever this depleted uranium might be. That is a mission that is going to lead to many casualties. And if we do that mission, we're probably not going to know about it until afterwards, and we'll probably never know the true casualty count. But when you consider that, this will not be a smash and grab, go in and get out. If we truly are going to send a special mission in to retrieve or seize this uranium, it's going to take days at Pickaxe Mountain, cutting through steel and granite to get to it. Many will die. I don't think we'll ever get the truth. And looking at the casualties that we've seen so far, I have 12 combat deployments. I've fought in 4 wars. Every war that this country has fought in the last quarter century, I've had boots on the ground. And based on the high intensity of this conflict and what we've seen, I find it very, I give much scrutiny to the numbers that were given on not only KIA, but wounded. And it can't be withheld forever. It will come out. And I fear what the excuses are going to be, or how look, the president has recently, the president and the Secretary of Defense has recently restricted all press from repatriation ramp ceremonies. That's unheard of. Why? Well, to conceal what's coming home. So I think we're in a pretty bad place when the majority of Americans believe what's coming out of Iran rather than the President of the United States. So I have lost trust, faith, and confidence in what this administration tells us, and I fear that the casualties are higher than they are and will be much higher than this administration anticipates.
How about this person?
Thank you, Anthony, and Ivan as well, and Ray for moderating this panel. You were talking about how, in your view, being anti-war doesn't mean that you're anti-American. And I appreciated that you said that, because I believe you, Josie, epitomize what it means to be a true American and to be loyal to the U.S. Constitution. And I say that because, of course, this year marks the 250th year of the American Revolution and the Declaration of Independence. And of course, the Trump administration with the America 250 committee is completely bastardizing that, having people do UFC matches or whatever. But I did want to mention one thing, and then I'll go to my question. But when Mossadegh had come to the United States to petition the country to support their nationalization of their oil, he had said this at Independence Hall in Philadelphia. If my contrast of your own abundant freedom with our shackled liberties is touched by envy, he declared, it is because we share with you a love of liberty, and because we have been less fortunate than you in wresting our prized freedom from that country, which in 1776 had to yield it to you. And of course, that was a reference to Great Britain. And we've strayed so far from that, this country being a beacon of hope, a temple of liberty to the world, and granting nations true political freedom and economic development. But my question to you was, what do you think young people should do now, especially those between who are in high school age and college age? Of course, we saw people in Vietnam, they did what they did there, but we've declared an illegal war of aggression. We could go to nuclear war, as you pointed out. What do you think young people should do now?
Ivan, do you want to handle that one?
I certainly can take a swing. First, I appreciate the question. We live in a hyper-connected world, society, but the lack of connection and actual understanding of what is happening in the world is diluted because of all of that connection and all of the bombardment of information. And so one of the best things to do is actually get informed and go to independent news sources and actually start looking at the things you're not being told. And it's not to be conspiratorial, it's just that if you're just catching kind of a slow drip from the spigot, then that's all you're going to get. But I was at the gas station the other day, and a young woman was filling up her car. It was a Jeep Wrangler, if you're familiar with that. It's kind of a gas guzzler. And speaking of connectivity, she was FaceTiming while filling up the car. Now, this is a generational thing. I don't necessarily understand that. But as she was doing so, she was having a conversation with her friend and said, "I don't understand why gas is so expensive right now. Last week, it only cost me X, and today it cost me $75. Well, right there is the example, if we can just take a minute cross-section of observation. So one of the first things to do is get absolutely involved, or at least understand your position, and then get involved, because pressure comes from within the population. And the rise of mass movements, as defined by Eric Hoffer, who wrote a great book called The True Believer, starts in the group of people who feel themselves to be most disaffected, and that's generally the middle class, which has been obviously eviscerated in this country. But they're always being promised, this time, if you just hang in there a little bit longer, your needs will be met. And when you can blame either party for that which didn't happen. So, by understanding the actual impact that this thing is going to have, if the U.S. Army has just raised recruitment, the age for joining to 42, that tells you something right there as far as anticipation. Which means, by the way, everything's waiverable, so Senator Graham could join up and lead from the front. So, because this is going to affect a large part of this population, which is the young and the youth, if you want to see change, there has to be a movement, and they have to start making their voices known in better ways than 40-character tweets and just kind of shrugging and going, why is gas so expensive? They have to become aware. I'm all about service to this country. I do believe if you wish to join the military, go ahead. But serve your community in some capacity and make it so that your voice is heard in such a way that the impact is felt after the fact. You used to have to write letters to the editor. There's only a few of us in this room who still can remember doing that by hand. But then after that, you can make petitions. You can set up things where people sign up and make an impact through your phone. And I think that if we actually take into account your civic duty to not only participate in the government as you're permitted to by the Constitution, but also do so as informed citizens, that will start making a change. But unless there's pressure put on our own leadership that this is not something that people want, and it's just it makes it so uncomfortable for them to continue doing so, it's just going to keep going. And that's a very long-winded answer, but I put some thought into that, so thank you.
I want to provide an answer to this question because I feel like most of my activism is centered around how to encourage people to find their own internal gifts and capacity and use them. Because ultimately, that's what we want to do. We can't, in this room or even out here, do it alone. We can do what's in our capacity, but we need everyone to do that. And so one of the things that I have just really looked back on and tried to deconstruct is how is the system keeping people dormant to the information, and how are they keeping them dormant if they know the information? So for example, you know, something I'm going to speak about a little bit more elaborate on is the bombing of Minab. You know, prior to the genocide in Gaza, I think the reaction of that would have been much different here in the United States. But after 2+ years of witnessing the Israeli forces commit a genocide, and we watch the massacre after massacre after massacre of children, and it become normalized, then you have to start thinking about why it makes sense that the bombing of Minab wasn't, you know, what stopped the war right in its tracks. But when I think about the situation in the Middle East, and I compare it to what happened in Ukraine, I was a board member for the Rotary Club. If you're not familiar with that, it's sort of like a local community organization. And I got really involved, and you know, they were usually older than me, but I tend to befriend people older than me who have that philanthropy mindset. And when Ukraine happened, I was very excited to get involved because that's actually why I got out of the military after 17 years. So many people ask, 17 years, you know, what happened? When the Russia-Ukraine war started, and I found out the truth, I wasn't comfortable being in the military anymore. So I had no problem supporting Ukraine, and I didn't support Ukraine just because I don't support Russia. I think it's horrific what's happening to the Russians. I think it's horrific what's happening to the Ukrainians, and ultimately they're at the bottom of the totem pole for something going up here anyway. But I watched the community respond to that. My 16-year-old daughter coming home from high school, I understood the information she was being given about Ukraine from high school. She could speak to, maybe not the truth, right? Some of it was sort of propaganda, but she could at least speak to knowing what was going on there. And then now let's look at what is going on in Gaza. What is going on in Lebanon? What is going on with Iran? And are our teachers in high school even talking about it to our children? I asked the Rotary Club, why aren't we doing fundraisers for Gaza the same way we did it for Ukraine? I mean, just in the state of Ohio, I think we raised over $250,000 to send to Ukraine, just the Rotary Club alone. But we weren't even touching what was going on with Gaza. And I couldn't understand it until I looked into it. And by design, by the Epstein elite class design, they want the population to know certain things, and they want the population to not know certain things. So how do you how do you fix that? How do you disrupt that system? How do you throw something in that system that jolts it so it stops working? Or that it causes an error? We saw that happen with TikTok. They underestimated the ability of TikTok, and that the Chinese were not going to censor in the way that they wanted, and Gaza got out to the world. And so my question to you is to ask yourself, how are you going to reach the community outside of AI, outside of technology? That's the only way we could do it.
Let me ask you, thank you, Josie. Tony is a man of all seasons, and if I recall correctly, you went to Gaza, didn't you, to feed the hungry and so forth, yeah. You didn't have a chance to say much about that in the 20 minutes you were given. Would you like to comment on that? Because a lot of people here probably will have heard it for the first time.
So shortly after I retired in March of 2025, I was hired by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the security apparatus called UG Solutions, to go into Gaza to deliver aid. And when I took on this mission, I was told that we'd be going in to replace the UN, the UNRWA aid mechanism, and we would be there operating independently as an American company, doing good. And when I got there, I realized that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and the UG Solutions was simply an apparatus of the IDF in contract, written contract with the Israeli government, implemented and designed in the genocide. And when you describe every aspect of a genocide, the pushback to that you'll often get is, well, we don't know about intent. The intent is present in the fact that the operations have been planned for the purpose of genocide. Forced displacement, targeting of civilians, starving of civilians, using food to lure civilians down to these aid locations to then bomb their homes. What we're seeing now, the forced displacement of the entire population into these transition areas, sound like concentration camps to me. And when I came out on what I saw in Gaza, what really hurt as a veteran, as someone that served this country for 25 years, my father served in the Navy, my mother served in the Air Force, and going to Congress and asking them, what are we doing about this? Why are we continuing to send 2,000-pound thermobaric munitions to a country that's supposedly defending itself? Why? And the answers I got were, oh, we didn't know. The answers across the board were, we know, and we're trying to do more. And the majority were, well, it's complicated. And then for some, it was, oh, we're doing it, and we're going to continue to do it until they're all dead. And what I witnessed in Gaza wasn't an accident or a failed policy or a failure of the Israeli government. It is a plan that is being executed to the letter. How many of you are aware of the Board of Peace and the new Project Sunrise and the rebuilding of Gaza, right? Many of us. I saw that plan at the headquarters of the IDF Southern Command in Beersheba.
Wow.
And when I saw that plan, and as I looked at it, it was the first time I had seen it. And what I noticed that stuck out to me is that that plan was designed, paid for, and laid out in 2021. 2021. So we have a real estate magnate who happens to be the president's son-in-law, rich investors from places that we don't know, investing in rebuilding Gaza in 2021. And then it just so happens that conveniently, after October 7th, the partitioning of Gaza by military corridors happens to correspond exactly to what we're now seeing in this international stabilization force that happens to coincide directly to the phased building project for Project Sunrise. It's not a coincidence. This was planned, and it's deliberate.
Tony, was your unit pretty much run by ex-CIA people?
So there were not only ex, but current blue badge carrying CIA operatives. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was simply operating as a as a facade to conduct operations in Gaza.
Yeah, and when you blew the whistle on them, did they give you an award, or did they? Tell us how you were.
When I blew the whistle on the fact that we had the Infidels Motorcycle Club, an extremist motorcycle gang that operates here in the United States, armed with machine guns, pistols, stun grenades, shooting at civilians instead of giving them food. Or the CIA operating in Gaza using AI, Microsoft, Google, to data collect on Palestinians. And I whistle blew on that. Oh, there was no awards. I was called a traitor.
You didn't. You not only whistle blew it, you videoed it. And showed it to the appropriate authorities first,
narrated
right?
video,
Yeah.
pictures.
And what'd they say, the appropriate authorities?
Yeah, they testified to the ICC and to the ICJ and in all of that. In every government that has reached out to me for comment, France, the United Kingdom, Australia, Mexico, Japan, China. The one country that hasn't asked me for my opinion one time, the United States of America.
Wow, wow. Okay, next time you talk to Tony privately, ask him how he smuggled those videos out of. He was persona non grata. I imagine you were a little, well, you had to use all your skills, right? Okay. Yeah, so this is a guy who put his lot us on the line, and yes, Ivan? There were several hands. Yeah, please. Yes.
So I wanted to kind of go to the theme of what you both talked about, with the oath being about the Constitution, and then also the fact about why we have to have the forever wars. We have to be the good guy, and for us to be the good guy, we have to have the bad guy. And I talk about the bad guy being like the other, right? And I want to think about that frame and compare it to the comments that I've seen from officials in this government, namely J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, at the Munich Security Conference, talking about, heritage, and we have a shared Christian value. We have a shared European value. And what does that do? The point of that is to make an other. It is the non-Christian, it is the non-European, the Muslim. This is how we get into the anti-non-Christian bigotry, right? And that creates, whether it was the communist, whether it was now the Islamic terrorist, that creates the other and sets it up. And it seems like, that is a familiar thing. And I think the other part of it is when J.D. Vance said in his various speeches, we are not a nation of ideas. We are a nation of heritage. This is going back to a blood and soil nationalism, which is fundamentally not our country. We are a nation. The Constitution is what defines this nation. So thank you. So I wanted to bring that to you guys and have you guys talk about that in the context of what you guys were talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up, actually, because, one thing that I have, sort of dedicated my energy and efforts to after witnessing the genocide, well, the reality is the genocide in Gaza has been going on now for decades, right? But as far as I knew, I started watching it October 7th. But what I've been studying from that bigger picture perspective that I'm talking about, this elite class that implements this strategy. What you're talking about, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, they are characters of the strategy. They actually are just like little, they're bottom of the totem pole, to be honest with you. In an equivalent way of the Marines on the USS Tripoli. They are just a character put in place in a role and a title to convince the other sheep of the strategy. So when you talk about the other, and when you talk about Christian nationalism, this is a centuries and centuries old tactic to create the other. Because right now we're looking at it as Christian supremacy or even Jewish supremacy in the case of Israel versus, Muslims. But this is history repeating itself over and over and over again amongst multiple empires. whether it's the Mongolians, whether it's China, whether it's, you know, the Crusade. I mean, it's the same tactic. So I think instead of us focusing on the characters of the tactic, let's focus on the overall strategy that is being used and educate the people of that strategy so that when it's happening to them, they can recognize it. So today it might be Christian nationalists saying these things as, you know, a character. But if we don't address the strategy that is used by the elite, 10 years from now, there's going to be another other. And there's going to be another supremacist. So the idea is to focus on what is used to keep masses divided and focus on history to do that. Let me show you the pattern. You know, 80 years ago, look at how they divided us. 200 years ago, look at how they divided us. And use the different subgroups to show that it happens over and over and over again. You won't hear me very often talk about anything Pete Hegseth or Marco Rubio says. Because in my frame of energy and analysis, it does not matter. All they are is pushing a narrative so that the masses, which is shrinking, by the way, they are losing control of the narrative. The percentage of people that are believing the system is shrinking. And we are uniting in that percentage that has awakened. We are coming to unite together. Now, we still have work to do. Don't get me wrong. But the system is failing. It's just taking too much time. And we're seeing a lot of blood for it.
Fascinated by military people who end up becoming peace activists. And I think, you know, we can benefit by... I'm always fascinated by military people who become peace activists. And strategic operationalizing of goals, we need that. And I'm wondering if you feel like there are opportunities. For example, how do we reach, how does the peace movement, I'm a journalist, and you know, information gatherer and so on, how does the peace movement effectively reach current military people, given that there is so much discontent, and you know, really give more and more oomph to that? What are the legalities of handing out flyers in front of US military bases, for example? What strategic cracks in the armor, given that we do still have a formal First Amendment, do you see as possibly being utilized in order to further amplify the discontent in the military as a way of ensuring that the warmongers are pulled back? Thank you.
I am too. I'm going to tell you, Veterans for Peace is moving. Veterans for Peace is on the move for exactly what you're saying right now. They are protesting outside of military bases. They are crowdfunding to put up billboards outside of military bases. And then we have Mike Presner, who has who helps with the conscientious objector. There are, at which he's getting hundreds of calls for people who want to conscientious object. So it's moving. The pieces are moving. People are doing things to try and save their lives, basically, is what they're doing. They're trying to save their lives because we know they're going to die. And it's not moving fast enough, and it's difficult. It's difficult to break the barrier of someone who is still in the military. It is very difficult because you are so brainwashed. You are so constructed, and every day in every moment of your life validated by everything around you, that the construct of what you're doing is patriotism, is an honor. We have to do it. They're going to attack us. They're constantly living in this environment where they're validated in what the system has taught them to believe. So it's like, think about, what can a flyer do? What can a billboard do? You know, we're planting seeds. At the end of the day, we can't force them, but, you know, Veterans for Peace sure as hell is trying.
I wanted to go back to your question just really quick, and it ties to what you're stating. As I mentioned, because we really have tried to divide how we as a nation approach things as good versus evil, or right versus wrong. All we really require, to your point of the other, is some sort of existential threat, boogeyman. Now that can be packaged in all kinds of different ways. Immigration, you weaponize religion. We don't have to agree, I just need to disagree with you. Or you don't disagree with me, and so therefore you're wrong. We deal in absolutes. It's easy to do. So when it comes to peace, I can't think of stronger voices than those who've been to war to actually talk about it. The irony is that I started out my formal education at a Quaker school and ended up in the Marine Corps. So if you think, I'm a paradox, you're right. But what it comes down to is that peace was never made popular, and it too became a threat. And my father, who was a retired Army colonel, spent a lot of time trying to figure out leadership dynamics in the wake of Vietnam and how to actually get the military back on track because it was so desperately fractured. And so that all ties to a national policy that being at war is good for us. Or at least what we're doing is doing so in the name of democracy. And so therefore, if you're not supporting that, then you are against the tenets of the country. And because of that, it makes being a peaceful person or promoting that, it makes you extremely unpopular. So I think it's a combination of your question of what the threat is, and now it's just being repackaged in many ways. And getting that word out, we tend to think of people in the military as being very homogenous and not having their own ability to think and do things for themselves. Some of the smartest people I ever met were my U.S. Marines. Like I said, you can't fool the audience. And so if they're seeing that things are not right, then they're not right. And back to Anthony's point of how we're supposed to go to war. None of these things that have happened should have ever occurred, but they have. And because they're baked into our national sauce, if you will, that's just part of the landscape. And that is a very hard thing to combat, regardless of its voice or otherwise. Anthony, I'll stop talking if you've got an extra point.
No, I want to, the question about understanding and knowing, and when I went to Iraq as a young second lieutenant, I went believing what I was told. Weapons of mass destruction. If we don't fight them there, we're going to fight them here. Existential threat to the world and to the region. They've always been a threat to us. We're making up for past travesties. That sound familiar? Mm-hmm. Sounds real familiar. This time it'll be different, right? So flashback to Iraq. I can't watch. I have not slept in days, and I cannot watch Pete Hegseth's updates. I feel like I'm just watching Donald Rumsfeld on repeat. 2 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, a couple months. We're still in Iraq. Oh, not anymore, but we were up until last week. So, quick little story because it's funny, but also hits the point. When I deployed to Iraq, I was in the Stryker Brigade. Strikers were new. So we had to drive everything in. We didn't get to fly into an airfield and assume our positions. We had to bring our stuff on the slow boat to Kuwait and then prep it and then drive across the border. And we were still looking for those weapons of mass destruction. They're here somewhere. And from Basra to Nasiriyah to Kadamiyah to Baghdad to Baqaba to Crete, everywhere along the way. Well, my driver of my vehicle was a college professor, political science, who decided to join the Army after 9/11. Didn't want to be an officer, just wanted to serve his country, do his time. So naturally, with a very smart, intelligent person like that, you make them your driver. So, we just battle after battle after battle. And we'd get new orders. Have you ever seen Band of Brothers as they're moving across Europe? And it's like, oh, we got orders, pack up and move on. That's what we were doing. Pack up and move on. And when we got to Mosul, that's it, end of the line. And we hadn't found any weapons of mass destruction. And I remember I'm sitting there and we're waiting for orders for our next mission, and they sent us out to Anbar. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't think there are weapons of mass destruction here. And he's, because when you're in your vehicle and you're the radio, he's like, well, I could have told you that. I was like, what do you mean? He was like, well, if they had them, they would have used them by now. And I don't think they ever had them. I was like, what do you know? But, yeah. I encourage all young Americans and Americans in general, you're never too old to learn. When I go to Congress and I ask them, when I ask them about Gaza and why we're sending bombs, and I ask a U.S. senator, and I take out my map that's got no names of the countries, and I say, point out Gaza. And they can't. But you got no problem sending billions of dollars in bombs to kill everybody there. When we watch Tucker Carlson interview Ted Cruz, why do you want to kill Iranians so bad? How many people are in Iran? I don't know. Come on. And I think that through education, awareness, and the understanding that to acknowledge a fact is intellectual, to accept a fact is emotional. I can acknowledge that I'm fat. If I'm going to do something about it, I have to accept it, right? That's how people get to be 600 pounds. They don't accept it. That's how we got to be a 600-pound army of imperialism, because we don't accept it when the truth is there from the beginning of time. So I'm encouraged because the youth of this generation, though we say that they're plugged into devices all the time and they don't want to go outside, I'll tell you, they are informed. Not all, you got some. But wow, I've been around the country, Cornell, Columbia, UC Irvine, colleges all around the country. And man, the youth, they're asking questions. And that's what we need.
We have about time for one more question. In the back there? Well, no, you do, because we're live stream recording. Pass the baton.
There's a phenomenon which is just the opposite of what the one that Sam raised about warriors becoming peaceniks, and that's peaceniks becoming warriors when articulate, knowledgeable, peace-minded people are lucky enough to get a position within the conventional foreign policy establishment. They often change their tunes. Two that come to mind are General Wesley Clark, who told the Commonwealth Club of California in 2007 about a trip he made to the Pentagon after his retirement, and learned that the plan was to effect regime change in 7 different countries over the next few years. And he was appalled when he learned that. Today, he seems to have changed his tune a bit. The other is Tulsi Gabbard, and I think you all know what her story is. And I wonder what your estimation of those two former peace-minded people is today.
Thanks.
It's an interesting question because it's definitely been a topic that I've been talking about with a lot of different people this past week. You know, when Joe Kent came out and took a courageous step in what he did and what he said, Tulsi Gabbard, within 24 hours, was sitting in front of the Senate and had the same opportunity to do the same. And I watched, anxiously waiting for her to do the right thing. And it never came. And she backpedaled, and she overstepped, and she talked around the questions, and I couldn't understand why. And so later I asked someone who knows her, who's very close to her, they were childhood friends, why did she do that? And I was told there's some medium plan, long-term plan for justice amongst the characters we were just talking about, as if that would matter, right? Justice from those characters. People are about to die. Carg Island is going to be flooded with blood, and you're thinking about Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth maybe getting a slap on the wrist in 2 years? Where is your headspace? The island is going to be filled with American blood for Israel, the genocidal terrorist state that we are now complicit in becoming a part of. And she sat at that Senate hearing and beat around the bush. So I just don't really have a lot of good things to say about Tulsi Gabbard right now, because the blood of those Marines will also be on her hands.
I believe it comes down to survivorship, right? If you want to keep yourself moving in some sort of political circles, you have to look at probably the most selfish aspect of it. And this is not to say that anyone who's going into politics is selling their soul, but in this case where they have, how they've gotten to where they are, and if they want to continue, that they have to compromise that. So when I joined the Marine Corps and throughout my service, I will say I was a fairly hawkish person. So if a guy like me can start turning to peace, then I suppose anybody can make it.
Thanks, Ivan. I want to point out one other thing here, and that is that young Kynan, who asked one of those questions, stand up, please. If Tulsi Gabbard dared appear in public, guess who would be there first? Kynan, and then Jose. And what would you do? Well, what do you call what you do? Intervention. An intervention, right? Now, you've been beat up and thrown out of many places, right? Not beat up as bad as Brian McGinnis, but that's one thing you can do. Find out where these people are. They're afraid to appear in person, especially congressmen and senators. I asked this guy, Sheehy, how do you feel about joining the fray there with 3 other guys? And, oh, you're good. So how do you feel about breaking his arm, you know? I mean, these guys, as long as we have a First Amendment, are still able to be challenged. I had one really, you could sit down, I had one really good opportunity. It was just by chance. I was down in Atlanta, and I heard that Donald Rumsfeld was going to come and give a really nice speech to a very wealthy, male, Southern defense-oriented think tank. And so who tells me that? Some women from the world can't wait, right? These women, they're all over the place, you know? So they say, Ray, you free that afternoon? Yeah, I am. You gotta go, you gotta go. I said, well, I'm preparing a speech for that night. No, you gotta go. Well, the tickets are $65. No, we'll pay the ticket. Anyhow, I got a ticket, I went there, and there was a Q&A. And some of you know this. I remember it's March the 4th. No, May the 4th, 2006, okay? So there I am. I get up the second guy to ask us. I said, so why did you lie about weapons of mass destruction? I didn't lie. I said they were suspect now. No, you didn't. You said you knew where they are. You said they were near Baghdad and Tikrit and east, north, south, and west. That's where they were. Whoa. CNN, C-SPAN, everything's right on there. And I'm the film. Whoa. I wonder if I'm going to get out here alive. And they said, no, how about this business about you said that the proof that there were operational ties between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda, that was bulletproof. Where'd you get that stuff from? Because the intelligence community don't believe that. Well, I got that. Oh, wait a second, don't. Yeah, the goons almost carried me on. No, let him stay for a second. So we debated, and he went on to, and I said, that's a non sequitur. Anyway, you could see it. But the idea is, you know, if you luck into something like this, take advantage of it. And if you find out about it from some courageous women, that's the best thing to do, clue into it. Last thing I'll say is that Mossadegh was mentioned. And I know that a lot of people, actually I know everybody here is younger than I am, okay? But when I got out of grammar school, 1953, there was this new independent leader, freely elected, the only Persian freely elected leader in decades, maybe centuries, okay? Mossadegh was his name. And he was on a picture of Time magazine. And I used to read Time magazine because in those days you get sort of informed. Now, what happened to this guy? Well, as soon as he became elected and felt some popular support, he says, well, you know, it seems to me that our population here, we Iranians should share more of the wealth of the oil that's underneath our sand here. And so he was going to nationalize the oil that belonged to the British petroleum and its antecedents, right? So what happened? MI6, British intelligence officer, takes this fledgling CIA by the shoulders, says, okay, when an upstart third worlder tries something like this with our oil, this is what you do. I know guys who were involved in Operation Ajax, which became, they were older than me even then. But so, you know, that's the beginning of this whole damn thing, okay? I mean, we overthrew their democracy, and later on, they wanted to find out that it wouldn't happen again when the Shah was sick, and so they went into our embassy to find out, was he going to come back or somebody worse? So it all is historic. I mean, you guys know this, so I'm preaching to the choir, but you have to remember that these things have an origin, and that it goes way back. If we're lucky to be as old as I am, 86, actually, I'm a couple of months older than the Sarge here, okay? 1939 was a golden vintage year, as we say. Yeah. Okay, that's enough for me. We have something really... I want to applaud all the panelists here. And as if you think it couldn't possibly get better, well, it's just going to get better, because we have next coming up Dennis Fritz, and that will be it. Yeah.
You just said intervention. In the next 2 weeks, all of your congressmen and senators will be home. Go.
Intervene, right? Good. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's best to get them when they're in a home. Yeah, Kelly, did you have something? Could you speak?
Thank you. Well, someone else brought up Tulsi Gabbard, so I have to ask this question. It seems to me like so few people journalists have written about this, reported on it, but Michael Prisner, he has. And I'm wondering why no one else brings this up. Tulsi Gabbard was or is part of the Army's civil affairs and psychological operations. And so what I see is this chameleon that is masterful with her language. When she left the Democrat Party, she used all this like elitist woke cabal. It was, to me, it just stood out like that's what she was doing. So a lot of people say she was an opportunist, but I really wonder if there's something else going on there. So you guys in the military, what do you think of that? Oh, and I'm sorry, Michael Presner, specifically, he was on a podcast and he spoke about what her psychological operations work in the Horn of Africa.
Yeah, so, you know, for me, Tulsi Gabbard has been a part of the conversations I've been having for a little over 2 years. And a lot of people that I trust very much, some in this room right now, really went to bat for her when she was nominated to be DNI. You know, I did an assignment at DNI, so at the ODNI, and I'm very familiar under SHOT. I'm very familiar what that role is and what it entails, and so I did question her ability in the same way many questioned Pete Hegseth's ability to be, you know, Department of War, whatever he is now, right? Who knows? I questioned that, but there were so many voices coming back at me saying that she was good for the role because she had taken a stand and wrote a report on some goings-on in Syria that went against the narrative. And now I start to wonder a little bit more about that report and what did it plant in people's minds to now trust her to be in a role such as the one she's in now. Because I don't recognize the person I'm watching is not the person that all of these military intelligence people said about her during her nomination. So are we seeing a chameleon? Are we seeing two faces? That's a good question. And I'm very curious about it.
Thank you, Josie. We do have to kind of wind up this panel now because Command Master Sergeant Dennis Fritz is going to talk to us now about the troops and people we should care about and how he's done exactly the same. So I want to thank the panel again for their incisive remarks and their commentary. It's nice to see the Marines and the Army get along. In public. So there's lots of food back there if you haven't partaken yet. I'm going to do that myself. But Dennis, would you come up here and... Oh, there you are.
You want me to do it now or eat or wait a few minutes?
No, well, I think most... Have you all eaten? Yeah, pretty much, I think. They've been mingling all that time. Dennis is the former head of the Eisenhower Media Network, and he's going to talk about his own experience as I guess, the highest enlisted person in your branch of the service, which I won't say what it was, but it wasn't any of the other things here. It was the Air Force, right? Yeah. Thanks, Dennis.
All right, thank you. Okay, I normally have a loud voice, but can you hear me okay? Come on, okay. Let me just say something. Ray, you took something right out of my remarks, and I just want to reiterate it again, is that I'm tired of the rhetoric, before I get into my remarks, which I'm here for, but I'm tired of the rhetoric where we say this started in 1979. Thank you, Ray, because it started in 1953, as Ray mentioned. So why do you think they should like us? 1953, we overthrew their democratic elected government. Then, oh, by the way, we decided Saddam. We're going to side with Saddam. And oh, by the way, we're going to support Saddam introducing chemical weapons to them. The other thing we need to get rid of the rhetoric about is they're the most state-sponsored terrorism state. No, not true. We and Israel are the most terrorist states on this planet right now. If you don't believe me, just think about Al-Qaeda. We were introduced during the Soviet Union invasion of Afghanistan. We supported Al-Qaeda. let's talk about Hamas, if you will. Israel allowed money to flow to Hamas. Oh, by the way, the current leader of Syria is now, he's a former Al-Qaeda member. And let me just finally say the rhetoric. But Iranians have blood, American blood on their hands. Well, America, Israel, you have more blood on your hands than any ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, or Hezbollah organization. Why was Hezbollah created? I want to say, I think it was 1982, to get Israel out of Lebanon. Why was Hamas created? To fight for their land, as you would do. If somebody's going to come into your home, you want to fight for your home that's been with you for many of generations. So we need to fight back against that rhetoric, okay? Now, how did I get here? Well, as Ray mentioned, I was a Command Chief Master Sergeant in the Air Force for the Marines, the Navy, and the Army, Army Command Sergeant Major, Navy Command Master Chief, Marine Corps, Sergeant Major. And over 10 years, accumulatively, I was responsible for over 100,000 men and women. I was their senior enlisted leader. And when the Iraq War broke out, we were all brainwashed and, okay, we got to go defend our country for 9/11. But when the Iraq War broke out, I couldn't figure out why are we going to Iraq. Many of the troops were coming to me asking me that question. I had no answer for them. I formerly worked for, at the time, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff before he became in that position. And I reached out to him, and I asked the question, why? The troops were asking me. And I got an answer that didn't satisfy me. And I said, I just can't sit here and send troops off the war on something I don't even believe in. So like the officers, they can decide to to resign. I couldn't resign as an enlisted man, so I retired. And I said I was going to speak out against this. Lord and behold, I get called by a mentor to say, hey, we want you to come back to the Pentagon as a civilian. And I call that divine intervention, because eventually I went into an office. For those historian buffs out there, Daniel Ellsberg, the Pentagon Papers, well, I helped put together an unclassified version of the Pentagon Papers of the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. And I then saw every lie that was being told. It bothered me. It destroyed me. It was a deadly betrayal, which I wrote about, of our men and women. And yet now, a war that I tried to prevent, we're into another deadly betrayal. As Tony alluded to, if we send Marines and Army, and once again, we already had some airmen to die, there'll be more airmen to die, it'll be yet again another deadly betrayal. And I would ask, who support the troops? Now I want to ask a question. Who in here is part of the alternative media? Not the mainstream media, because we know they won't come to anything like this. So if you raise your hand. Okay, I'm going to just stop at 1 or 2 or 3 of you. Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in our foreign policy. Another, raise your hand, media. Mr. Vice President, oh, by the way, that was Henry Kissinger. Mr. President, what do you think of the burden that we're putting on our men and women in this Iraq war? Oh, that's what they signed up for. They enlisted. The president has more of a burden on this war than the men and women who are dying. That was Vice President Cheney. We just talked about, a few minutes ago, the USS Liberty, used as pawns with their lives. Who support the men and women? And then finally, who would be stupid enough to go to Vietnam and die? those that get captured. I don't like losers. That was your current president of the United States of America, the so-called commander-in-chief. Our military men and women are used as pawns in these foreign policies. So I must admit, Henry Kissinger was right. Now, Dennis Fritz, what have you seen? Tony, Ivan, they've seen the battlefield up close. But I've seen those that when they came back home, they were not the same. They survived physically, but not mentally. You see, I challenged that former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and a former commander of mine who was working on the Joint Staff that when our military men and women come back home, we better take care of them. Because you see, as a young man from the Vietnam War, I saw what war did to men and women. I lived in a town called Fayetteville, North Carolina, home of Fort Bragg, 82nd Airborne Division. Does that ring a bell with you? I saw the results of that war with family members. To those members of Congress and administrations like to send our men and women off to war on lies. Seeing the results, and I like to talk about this. I did this during an interview that some of you may have seen with Judge Napolitano. I want you to think about me walking into a room and seeing an exposed stomach from an IED where I see what the world is going on. I see leeches. I wanted to hit home, sucking the blood to help with the infection. For the Marine, I saw a young Marine at Bethesda Naval Hospital at the time. Now they've combined both the old Walter Reed and Bethesda as the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center at Bethesda because the Army and Navy was fighting over the name. Okay. I saw a young Marine, 19 years old, and this was all that was left of him. From a war that was based on lies. Who truly care about the military men and women? Last week I told of a story, and I want to tell it to you because I want this to be repeated again and again, of a young special operations troop, airman, that was embedded with the Marines. He lost both legs and an arm. His wife was on the 7th floor of Bethesda having their baby while he was going through his 20th surgery. And he cried to me and said, "Chief, I may not be able to hold my baby or run with my baby." So why does Dennis Fritz get in this campaign? Why is Dennis Fritz on this crusade to stop these ill-advised, unlawful wars? It's because it's on the backs of our men and women. That, as Tony and Ivan said previously, they thought they were doing the right thing. They didn't know. They thought they were fighting for their country. But you know what? Deadly betrayal. They were fighting for another country known as Israel. Not an opinion, not an assumption, but fact. You're looking at the person that saw and helped declassify the Pentagon Papers of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. So shame on me if I didn't jump on this crusade and campaign to stop ill-advised illegal wars on the backs of our men and women. And I've been telling family and friends I failed. For those who've seen that book, I warned about Iran was next. People say you predicted it. No, I didn't predict it. I saw it. I read the playbook. I studied the playbook. Now, I'm always reminded when I talk about the men and women of our armed forces, but we also must remember when I say that we, because it is we, the United States of America, and Israel, we are the state sponsors of terrorism. You look at Libya, what we did to that country because we didn't like Gaddafi. You look at Iraq. We went to war, but yet now we have to, hey, everybody get out. What do we go to war for? And now we're in Iran based on a lie, not opinion, not assumption, but fact, because I saw the playbook. And it's on the backs of our men and women. Now, why do I walk around looking each and every one of you in the eye? Because it's up to us to go out and carry that message. Because guess what? Whether you like it or not, we're all complicit. Because it's our government that's representing us in these deadly wars that are killing innocent women and children. Now, if that doesn't get to anyone, any sane person, and I'm going to say this, I consider Hegseth, and this is going to be strong what I'm about to say, but I mean it from the heart, and I love people, anybody that knows me. But I think Hegseth and our president, Lindsey Graham, and those that follow that, listen to me good. They are low-down, dirty dogs because they are lying on the backs of our men and women in our country. So I'm going to leave it there. And I have more to say if you have questions of me during my portion of the panel. But who truly cares about the men and women of our military? Another deadly betrayal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah, I'll take some questions.
Dennis is happy to take some questions. We have a little extra time, so 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay. I got this.
Got it right there. Anyone? Yes, there's one.
The Executive Intelligence Review of Mary Jane Freeman. I have two-pointed questions.
Hold on a second.
So I have to start over?
Thank you.
Yeah, Mary Jane Freeman with Executive Intelligence Review. I have a two-part question. One is, I probably just thought...
Pull up your mouth.
Probably just forgot the second. But anyway, the first is, we just wrote an article called, quote, "We were sent by God to kill you." Okay? What is this? This is Hegseth with his crusade tattoos all over his body, demanding of our men and women that they go and fight the wars for God. This is totally against the Constitution of the United States. I've been going back to the Federalist Papers to look at that matter. We have Mikey Weinstein from the Military Religious Freedom Foundation, who has been documenting the complaints coming from military men and women about being told they have to go fight this war in Iran for God. This is an abomination on the backs of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and all of the other men and women who courageously led this country to not be divided under the British oligarchy. And that's the second part of my question. The one thing that seems to me missing
in the analysis so far is what is the MI6 British control of this whole mess, because you're dealing both with the Epstein class and you're dealing with who created Israel and how was it done.
Well, you won't find me defending the British, I'll tell you that. Dennis, over to you.
We have a tendency to call the so-called people of the Islam religion Islamist terrorists, religious fanatics. Well, you just spoke of the Christian fanatics. How in the world, and I'll just be quite frank with you, because I do believe in a God, but why would you want to serve a God that tells you to go out and kill innocent women and children? That's why I feel comfortable in saying, probably one of the worst things I can say about a human being, a low-down, dirty dog. How would you want to kill anybody if you even perceive that person as the enemy? We put young men and women out there on wars based on lies to go against other innocent young men and women, that they're a government, and we put them out there to make them killing machines under the name of a God. And I'll tell you right now, I do believe in a God, but I would not want to serve under a God that's going to tell me to go out there and kill innocent women and children. Now, and forgive me, please, and I only do this as a service, I really mean this. I keep talking about this book, but I wrote it for a reason, because in that small book there, it lays it out of why we're here right now. And the reason I mentioned that is because something you just said. I predicted in that book, because I shouldn't say predicted, but I told because I saw it. You asked about the British, the CIA. We have always been afraid. Part of the master plan in the taking over of the Middle East on behalf of Israel, we started out with Iraq first. Why? Because under the Clinton administration, we had what's called a regime change policy, pushed on him by AIPAC. And so we said we had a policy, a law, if you will, to take out the government. What gives us the right to take out another government, first of all? Then Syria next, if we would not have gotten tied down in the insurgency. And then Iran last, no matter how long it took. Why? We were scared of Iran. Why? Because of the ballistic missiles, as we see now. The reason that the neocons and the Zionists wanted Trump to get rid of the JCPOA, better known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran nuclear deal, because we wanted them to get rid of their ballistic missiles. And oh, by the way, when we say it was a lie, they wanted no nuclear weapon. You know why? Because of the fact they had their ballistic missiles. Now, put yourself in the Iranians' place. Do you think you should get rid of? Would you get rid of your ballistic missiles? We attacked them. They didn't attack us. Now, what I was going to allude to, because we were afraid of those ballistic missiles, we said, remember 1953, the CIA and the Britain intelligence said we were going to cause unrest in Iran. We were going to cause the young people, the women, and journalists to uprise. This uprising you saw was sponsored by the CIA and the British intelligence. Not opinion, not assumption, but fact. I'll repeat it again. I saw the playbook. But because that didn't work, they then decided, Bibi Netanyahu, who's been saying, don't believe me, the open sources. I've been waiting for this for 40 years, and he has. He's been telling us for decades, since I've been monitoring this in the Pentagon. They are 1 week away from a nuclear weapon. They're 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. I said during the Iraq War that they found the president to take that first stage of the plans in George W. Bush. He was surrounded by neocons, his whole cabinet. sitting there, was neocons. His entire cabinet came from the Enterprise, the American Enterprise Institute, better known as AEI. They've been waiting for the opportunity. Now to get to the final stage, they waited for the right president, who is now bought and paid for by the Israeli lobby. And some lady by the name of Adelson. So there's your question, there's your answer. It was orchestrated. Any other? I know you're ready for time. I can go on and on and on, but it just bothers me.
How about one more?
This illegal war of aggression that was initiated on the 28th of February, 2026, appears in Wikipedia under the title 2026 Iran War. The question I have for you is, do you think this will last 3 or 4 weeks or 300 or 400 weeks?
Something that Rumsfeld is known for, the known knowns, I need not say anymore, the unknowns, the unknown unknowns. I don't know, but here's what I will tell you. As I tell folks, I can give you assumptions, opinions, and facts. I can give you an assumption, I can give you an opinion. As Tony mentioned earlier, Ivan mentioned earlier, if we introduce troops, and let me just say something else too. Me personally, this came out of Rumsfeld. I used to hear him say it so much. I studied all of Rumsfeld's writings in the Pentagon as part of my Pentagon papers. I hate the term boots on the ground because you dehumanize our military men and women. You say men and women we're going to put on the ground, not boots on the ground. Now, if we put men and women in harm's way, men and women on the ground, it's going to last a long time. And we're going to get many of our folks killed and additional Iranians. Let me just mention this, Ray. Something that I think Tony got asked a question. I used to oversee all the wounded airmen coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq at the old Walter Reed, for those of us who have been in this area for a long time, and then at Bethesda. Then I became, as a contractor, the program manager for the entire Wounded Warrior program for the military, for the Pentagon. Not the Wounded Warrior project, but the official sanctioned Wounded Warrior program. And that's how I was able to witness all these wounds and injuries and their families crying, did not realize these wars were real. We're going to go through that again. But before coming over here, I made a call because some of those folks who used to work for me, with me, are still there. And when I asked the question who's going to take care of the troops, I asked an individual just right now in the Pentagon. We may send these ground troops into war based on lies. We're talking about getting $200 billion more dollars on top of $1 trillion to buy bombs, more killing. And I asked him, are we ready for those men and women that are going to come back, not dead, but maybe wishing they were dead? Are we ready to take care of them? Without hesitation, he said, no. I'll leave you with that.
Thank you so much, Dennis.
Sorry to leave you so sovereign, but hey.
No, let me just... Yeah, my own hesitation, or my own answer is the same as Dennis's there as to how long this will take. But I think an ancillary thing, or well, it depends on us. I mean, if we don't get our act together, if we're not able to get the truth out, and this is no criticism, I mean, we're all working our asses off trying to do this, right? What, it's up to us really, because we still can do this. And as it gets worse, we need to expose it for what it is. And the other thing I'd say is Wesley Clark was cited before, and of course he found out that there were these 7 more countries and all this business. So when did he tell us that? They waited years to tell us that. It was only when he was running for president. He said, well, man, maybe this should be catchy. I get it in the news and all. In other words, even people who hear this stuff don't have the guts of Dennis Fritz to up and tell or write a book about it, okay? So Wesley Clark is one of those people that I have actually a little respect for. Doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but now we have a real treat. Dennis, I hope you can help us with this panel if you'd like to sit with us. Mike, can you come up? And yeah, Brian, come on up. Yeah, please. We asked Brian to appear in his uniform so you could recognize him from the. There you go, Mike. Come on up. What's that? You going first? Okay. You're going to introduce us? Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Josie now. She knows the drill, and I'm going to sit by and. Oh, I should introduce Michael here. He was a late recruit because we had somebody duck out because his father was very ill. Michael Vlahos has quite a distinguished history, teaching at the Naval War College, all kinds of contracting with the Pentagon to what's that? Taught at SICE and written books very much on this theme. So we was kind of dumb luck to get him to be here because he's a terrific participant. And Josie, it's up to you.
Tony, can I get you to come? There may be a time or two that I ask for some clarification on certain things, given your background. I'm going to just use this. All right, so many of you guys know who I am, but I'll reintroduce myself for those that don't. My name's Josephine Guilbeau. I'm a former intelligence officer. I spent 17 years in the U.S. Army. I've held assignments as an intelligence officer at the DIA, the ODNI, NSA, and DHS. And of course, as an intelligence officer in the Army. I've held a top secret clearance with a polygraph, just to give you an idea of my access and experience when it comes to these assignments. One of my many duties along the way has been counterterrorism. I was a counterterrorism officer in the U.S. Army. And I want to give you the definition of terrorism as we use it here in the United States. Terrorism is the premeditated use of violence or threat of violence against civilians or property to induce fear, coercion, or intimidation aimed at government or societies to achieve political, religious, or ideological objectives. Given this information, we're going to focus back now to the bombing of Minab. 165 little girls were killed by United States Tomahawks from a United States vessel in the area of operation. A modern Tomahawk missile is equipped with onboard cameras, real-time targeting imagery. Satellite imagery is constantly collected by several intelligence agencies, several countries, in real time. Let's talk about what that satellite imagery would show of the Minab little girls' school. murals. The entire school was surrounded by colorful children painting, flower, bright colored murals surrounded this school. And it was, without a doubt, a school if you looked at it through satellite imagery. It was, without a doubt, a school when you looked at it through the onboard camera of the Tomahawk missile. It was clear. Now let's talk about when the attack started on Iran, 10 a.m. At 10 a.m., Israel, along with the United States, began attacking Iran. By 10:20, the staff at Minab school began evacuating the children. Strike one hit the school. The kids moved to the prayer room. Strike two hit the prayer room. 163 kids dead. Strike three hit nearby. Multiple sources, including intelligence reports, regional sources, and U.S. officials are required to confirm a target for the U.S. Navy and military operations to ensure accuracy and reduce errors. This is how it works. This is how it worked that day. NBC News reports USS Sprunitz, a guided missile destroyer, shot the Tomahawk. Commander Leigh R. Tate, Executive Officer Jeffrey E. York, commanded USS Sprunitz, who shot a Tomahawk and killed 165 little girls. After this was done, the same destroyer conducted a replenishment at sea with USNS Henry Kaiser back ready to fire. March 4th, March 10th, and March 18th, they replenished their firearms. They replenished their weapons. No pause for review, no pause for investigation, no calls for this command to appear in front of Congress and report to the American people why we just bombed a school knowing it was a school. Nothing. Silence. Lies. Excuses. Who are the terrorists? Who are the bad guys in this story? This is the story of our timeline. By our own definition of terrorism, and I can say this as a former counter-terrorist officer, we are the terrorists. We are the bad guys. Now, what's going to happen next? Our U.S. military is about to die. A bloodbath. They are at the bottom of the totem pole. That's the reality of it. In this whole scheme, they're the pawn. Slaves to the elite, the Epstein class. And the hardest thing about everything I'm saying right now is none of us up here can save them. No matter what we say today, no matter if we cry, no matter if we yell, we will not save them. But I'm going to try. I call on USS Tripoli Commander Captain Patrick J. Sullivan. Stop the ship now. Turn the ship around now. You are going to be complicit in war crimes and the death of our brothers and sisters, of Marines, of your Marines. Their blood and death will be on your hands. Captain Patrick J. Sullivan, stop the ship now. Turn it around. Turn the USS Tripoli around now. Thank you.
Okay, Peter? Is Peter there? You have the video? Yeah. Some of you may have seen this, but it's certainly worth seeing again. Plaudits to Josie for making it, and plaudits or condolences to Brian for being subjected to the treatment he was. Could we play that before Brian goes on?
Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. Out. This is wrong. No. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
Reminder to all our
Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America.
Watch the reinforcement there. There's General Sheehy.
For Israel!
Hey, Sheehy, let his arm out of there, Sheehy.
Sir, thank you for your service. The senator broke his hand! The senator broke his hand!
And thank you, Josie, for this.
Please help him!
Commandant! He's a Marine! Somebody come help him!
Control your Senate committee!
Look at you guys! You're robots! You won't even look back! Look at you guys! You're like robots! Oh my God, what is happening? And you're not even looking back. Any of you four-star generals. Oh my God, what is happening right now? Eyes front, robots. Shame. Shame. Oh my God, you guys.
Everybody sit
What
down,
did
please.
I just see? I'm getting out of here.
That's fine. Everybody sit down, please.
Oh my God, what is
That's all.
happening?
Okay, good. No, it's not.
Oh my God.
It's disgusting.
Oh my God, you guys.
Sir, does that hurt? Can you open it up a little bit just to like change the gap? Hey guys, clear the hallways. Out. Clear the hallways. Out. Clear the hallways, please. Clear the hallways, please.
Can you help him, please?
Yes, yes. Private places go in that. Please through the hallways.
What happened? Oh my God. What happened? His hand got totally smashed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Why are you here?
Why are you getting arrested?
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli.
Yeah, put the cuffs on his broken arm. Why don't you put the cuffs on his broken arm? Thank you, Medea, for getting it.
His arm.
Ah, my arm is fucking broke. What are you gonna do to him? My left arm is broke. I understand. Don't fight.
Oh my God. Oh, you guys, come on.
I need you to move. You need to stop. Okay.
Brian, stop.
He's fighting for you, not for him. My left arm is broke.
They broke his arm. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's totally broken. Oh man. Please, can you get him some kind of medical attention?
Yes, we are.
Oh my God.
You are? It's great.
Just let go of my arm before you sit down.
Y'all step back, please. Please move
Can we
back.
get
Keep this
some
walkway
medical
open.
attention?
Who needs her?
No, he broke his arm.
Okay. Would y'all just move aside then? That way people can still exit.
Josie, what happened? We just witnessed a Marine veteran interrupting the hearing, and they broke his arm.
Why did he interrupt the hearing?
Because there is a war in Iran, and our military brothers and sisters are going to.
Okay, that's the gist of it. Painful enough to watch, huh? How was it going through that, Brian?
It was, I prayed for 2.5 years for Gaza and this situation to be recognized for what it is. And it was an honor to have that opportunity to bring awareness, and the way it blew up virally was a blessing. My arm's back to normal. This is nothing compared to the people who've lost their children and children who've lost their parents. It could be a lot worse. I'm happy to be alive. There's things worse than death. And so, again, I'm thankful for this situation, and I hope it brings at least one more person to the cause. We're a team. Josie infuses this team with so much emotion, and she is so brave when she speaks. Y'all are the part of the team, amplifying our voices, spreading it to everybody else. Ray McGovern is organizing so many things and has been a role model for everybody. Admiral Fritz's words resound so strongly from his experience and his just amazing presence. Tony is got the bravery to speak out for what he has seen and continued his service to this country to speak out against, from his experience, to speak out against injustice. Everybody here is just doing their part. And Ivan, thank you for what you're speaking and all that you've done. And so that's all we're doing. And we've got many methods. And I like to just speak on what I see on the ground. We only speak from what we see, and I like to contribute to what I see. I'm a firefighter in Raleigh, and I work with a lot of, white go-getter types that are right-leaning, government-leaning. And I myself have been that for a long time. Gaza was the thing that brought me to finally see the world through the oppressed people's eyes. My wife is an American Palestinian. She was a big part of bringing me to this realization. I was in Iraq in 2003, and there I was the oppressor, an occupier, a young gung-ho Marine to just take orders and naively execute. There I did witness vibes, visuals from Iraqis that carried so much pain and sadness and suffering in their eyes. And I was a gunner in an LAV, so I've got this scope. I was looking through a periscope all the times, magnified, and I remember looking at this man from probably 200 meters away, but his face was right in front of mine, and studying his face, it gave me chills. I was scared inside the protection of my LAV, but the pain in his eyes made me shudder. It just kind of was a window into the sadness. I don't know what caused him to have such a face or expression, but it resonated. And in that experience, I do take away the idea of what basis or foundation were me and my fellow Marines coming to this conflict or occupation or Iraqi freedom, they call it, versus those who were in Iraq, the Iraqi people, and what their foundation was. They were defending their country. It's the same old dog and pony show. It's the same old thing. We're the invading force, and we're coming in with superior military power, and sadly, that seems to be effective in this world where it can crush and cut through human flesh and physically win or reach goals or reach some type of mission accomplishment, which, as we've said, these are very unclear missions. It's all an enigma that's just kicking the can down the street just for colonialism and imperialism. But anyway, the foundation for us Americans
in my mind, was just very shallow and just a paycheck, scholarships to school or VA disability or just money. These people were fighting for their lives, and when you then tap into humanity, you see which one is closer to the heart, closer to God, closer to a shared reality that we all can unite on. And so we all see this, and that's why we're all trying to change the direction of our society in America. We're on the front lines of this fight. We wield the power of this country and its resources, and we are the fourth branch of this government. I just recently kind of heard that, and I thought that's pretty profound. The American public, the American citizens, and we are uniting, and we are making a difference on the shoulders of people like Admiral Fritz, Ray McGovern, and so many others that I'm failing to mention. It's to you all that we pay our biggest respects to for paving the way and showing us that, yeah, you too, Sarge, 100% you, Sarge. For you guys, we're going to carry this on, and we ain't afraid of nothing. Only together, only together.
Thank you so much, Brian. We're top-heavy with good Marines here, 3 of them so far. Old Sarge, Ivan, now Brian. All I can say is that if Smedley Butler is looking down at all this, he's saying to himself, well, it took a while, but man, these Marines, they really are a few very good men. Next, I'm privileged to introduce Mike Vlahos. I think I mentioned him before. He's specialized in the kinds of stuff that we're talking about on this panel, and he will be finishing out this particular panel, after which we will have the normal Q&A, but then we'll be winding up. So listen carefully, because Mike is worth listening to.
This gathering, this congregation, has been very moving today. And it is my pleasure to be here, above all because as a historian, I sometimes feel the deja vu that has been the center of my adult life as a teacher of war and strategy, to see things repeated again and again. And it is wonderful to be able to contribute to perhaps stand at least shoulder to shoulder with those who want to pull this back and restrain it. Now, I've heard a lot of lamentation here today, all of it fully justified. And yet, in order to actualize the feelings that we have, the horror, the sickness, the sense of anguish, it's important to be tough and to lay out exactly what the dynamics are that have got us here, and to the extent that we can do anything, we need to identify what about those dynamics will make it possible to change things, or at least to find openings and opportunities where effective pressure can be brought to bear. And so I'm going to lay out the dynamics as a framework, and I will also draw some conclusions about where those dynamics may be taking us. And I'm going to lay this out as a trifecta with 3 pieces that can be identified and then compared and pulled together as a single terrible entity. So the first is that I think we all have to recognize up front and make it clear and explicit in everything we do and say that the American constitutional order over the last century has evolved in such a way that executive authority, as outlined, directed under the Constitution, has been transfigured into what I call a mature empire system. In other words, the executive office, the office of president, has become an imperial office, formal, institutionalized, and mature, and very much in its operation like the Roman Empire, which is something that I've studied for decades. And what this means, essentially, is a system in which the driving dynamic is for the executive, the emperor, to seize that one element in his authority that is untouchable, and that is the emperorship itself. Emperor from the Latin imperator, meaning general, commander-in-chief. Now, in order to leverage this untouchable power that resides in the office, it requires essentially normalizing a state of emergency in the country. Not emergency as rhetoric, but emergency as in, for example, the Patriot Act, authorization to use military force. You create an emergency which then suspends a lot of other restraints on the office. And it creates something open-ended. And the only way to create an open-ended emergency is to identify an external enemy and an ongoing external enemy that replicates and replenishes itself. Now, once this emergency has been put into place, is open-ended and ongoing, it's possible to justify domestic controls. Essentially, the emperor then is not merely commander-in-chief of military forces and other parts of government engaged abroad, but in fact, it justifies things like silencing the opposition. It intimidates the population so that they stay quiet and don't do anything. And finally, and this is the most worrisome in terms of its ultimate consequences, and that is to control the political process itself. In other words, war is a dispensation that is out there that allows you to do things that would not be possible under the Constitution in here, domestically. Now, this is possible, and this has fully matured the way it has over the last century, and I'm going back to Woodrow Wilson because he's the guy who first activated those domestic capabilities by putting one of the leading political figures in prison. Thousands of others were put in prison, press censorship, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I go back a century, but it's fully matured now into why has that not been stopped or at least paused? One thing is that there is a media lock now that the presidency, the imperial office, or as I like to call it, the imperial court, has a lock on media. And a lot of this comes from media ownership. And the media ownership, I want you to keep in mind for the third piece of the trifecta, is owned, or at least has primary allegiance to a certain foreign power. Also, Congress has been weakened in many ways, and that's a whole disquisition on its own. But Congress is now weakened so that the public and electorate are locked out. The only way in which public authority, the people that is, are register typically is through opinion polls, and those have very little effect and can be easily massaged so that they don't have any real effect. The American public can weigh in as an electorate only in a plebiscitary sense. This is a bit like Rome. When you had a new Roman emperor, the emperor had to be acclaimed by the Roman Senate and the Roman people. So essentially, our elections are a kind of acclamatory moment in which Americans feel somewhat satisfied or have reached a point where they've taken in that that's what should satisfy them. Their voice has been heard, and that's it. So the emperor is able to pull levers to pacify the people. And this is weak, and again, it's going to come up toward the end in my conclusions, but one of the problems that is now emerging in this dynamic is that although the emperor can use all of these levers to control, to suppress, to manipulate, there is a limit to manipulation, and that's one of the reasons why we're here, and one of the reasons why the polls are moving in the direction that they are, especially regarding Israel, is that too long and obvious and brutal manipulation leads to a loss of trust and a gathering sense of collective betrayal. Now, keep that in mind, because that's going to come up when we get to the third part of the trifecta. Now, the second part of the trifecta is misunderstood by most and simplified to a point where it no longer gives insight. It's no longer, it's a occluded window. It's not a clear aperture anymore. And that is that, this is part two, America has a national religion, period, full stop. And this religion is a collective and it transcends party, although it has different variations, like the difference between the Biden wing and the Trump wing that we've seen recently. And that's something we can talk about in more detail. But here's the essence of the American religion, and it's what anthropologists call an existential postulate. It's the core that cannot be questioned, that no one questions. And that is, to quote from John Belushi, we are on a mission from God. And literally that is the essence of the American religion. We are on a mission from God to redeem humanity, punish the wicked, and bring the lamp of freedom and democracy to all mankind. And this, thus, like Islam or Marxist communism in its heyday, is a universalist calling. So therefore, America is, and has been throughout its lifetime, missionary and messianic, and ultimately apocalyptic, in the sense that apocalypse, in Greek, apocalypsis means revelation, a lifting of the veil. And that has been the focus of every single American war, especially the big ones. Civil War, World War I, World War II, the Cold War. It was all about completing the mission for God, in which all of mankind would be raised up in a kind of collective moment of transcendence to an epiphany. We'd be democratic, we'd all be free, and the American concept of democracy and freedom, of course. Now, here's where the cynical part comes in. We all have been brought up believing that, even if we're progressives, even if we are to the farthest of the right. It just takes different forms with different focus, different means, etc. But the whole point is, and this is where it gets cynical, is that political leadership has found ways always to actualize this understanding, this core existential postulate, to justify wars. And indeed, it's used the catechism, if you will, of the American religion to energize people to want to be a part of these wars. And in the past, that's been done much better in the sense that it's been much more successful. It was much more successful under Woodrow Wilson. It was supremely successful under Roosevelt. Less so under Truman in Korea. It failed under Johnson in Vietnam. and then Nixon, but it was successfully employed in a much more mannered and ritualized way under Reagan, but then it was also effectively brought to bear after 9/11. It's not being effectively brought to bear now. This gets back to the idea of obvious manipulation, that we aren't responding to the religious calling because it's false. It's like following a false god. So we're left in a situation, and if you want to read about this, you can go online and just put in the title of my very long piece that talks about the American religion and America's wars, and it's called "The Demon in American Sacred Narrative." And you can read it. It's quite long, but it's quite comprehensive. And you'll understand in full what I'm talking about if you take a look there. The demon, and I'm thinking of a real demon here, the demon in American sacred narrative. Because effectively, the American story is a holy book. It's a canon, it's a gospel, it's all of the things we associate with, a holy book. It's a sacred story, and we've all been brought up on it with different coloration, left or right. But this is important because up until now, government, and I should say not just government, but the elite class that owns the government, including the super elite who truly own the government because, well, you know about Citizens United. This class is able to cynically use it and has done so successfully, but it's failing now. And the question is to understand that failure so that we can, with clarity and focus, deliberately identify the places where it is failing and to push that process of coming down. Okay, the third piece of this trifecta is that as a universalist nation, which is kind of strange, we expect the whole world to be converted to Americanism, but at the same time, we are universalism in one nation because we are the seat and source from which all greatness will happen to humanity. So as a universalist nation, the US has welcomed many immigrant communities. Immigrant communities that have not given up their loyalties of origin. Some have, of course, most famously being the largest immigrant community in the US, the Germans. In 1917, there were 4,000 German newspapers in America. Millions of young children, German-American children, went to German school. That was ended instantly after April 1917. But they give up their loyalties after several generations. So, for example, the Irish had a terrorist movement called the Fenian Movement after the Civil War. There was a lot of activity going on after the Civil War, and the Irish were a large part of that. But that isn't true anymore, although even as late as the 60s and into the 70s, Irish in Boston, Irish Americans, were giving money to, the IRA. I say, oh, it's the Sinn Féin. Well, okay, so there you are. But the most unusual communities have been the Iranian expat community, the Cuban expat community, and the American Jewish community. And when I say expat, these communities are directly connected at the hip, as they say, to their country of origin. And with the Jewish community, it's even more murky because American Jewish assimilation into the American, the American ethos has progressed just as it has with other communities, like the Germans, until Israel intervened and the intrusion of Zionism as a long-term strategic manipulation that weaponizes the Jewish community that had hitherto not been connected to any kind of external realization of the Israeli state, before the 40s and 50s. But by the time you get into the 50s, it's well underway, and today it has ballooned in its capacity of Israel and of Zionism to essentially demand the loyalty of American Jews. So this idea of lobbies, especially the three that I've just mentioned, and I should add also the Ukrainian, although it's very small, it's much more powerful in Canada, but it's had a very important effect as well. And what happens when it comes to a war that America gets involved in, the Ukraine war has been a war, an American war against Russia, is that the immigrant community that has its emotional ties still to the motherland, as it were, the motherland is transformed. It's a hard process, and I've been thinking about it just as I've been sitting here today. What we do is we do a kind of anointment of a chosen country like Cuba or Ukraine or Iran and say, the expats represent the vision, the American vision of democracy and freedom that is theirs, but it's also ours. So that you look at Ukrainians and they're all noble and democratic, whatever the actual realities are of Ukraine, which are very different. The same is true clearly of Cuba, where you have lots of, the upper class of Cuba who emigrated and want to reestablish, you can fill out that blank. The same's true in Iran. And of course, with Israel, we have made Israel American. And since so many Jewish Americans are also Israelis, that has become now a deep way of making an indissoluble, unbreakable tie between America and Israel. And so what I want to bring up here is how this can begin to come apart, is beginning to come apart, and how things we do can help to accelerate that process. Because getting back to the fact that too much manipulation by elite ruling class types can lead to a moment of recognition and astonishment on the part of regular Americans, and they say we've been bamboozled, we've been led down a primrose path. And this is a potential moment of societal nuclear fission, because once the people who have believed till now that they are part of a democracy and they're full citizens and participants in the constitutional order suddenly realize they're being manipulated, then you have a loss of trust. But going beyond that, and this is the key point, is that awakening to betrayal. And it's that betrayal that leads to revolutions. That's what happened at the end of 1918 in Germany. The Germans had been sacrificing themselves because they were told to do so by the Kaiser. And then they realized they were losing, and it had all been for nothing. Their country was in ruins. They'd lost most of their young manhood, and that was it. Well, we're not going to get through so brutal and bitter an awakening. I think it'll happen much more quickly. So I would say the thing to do is to figure out how best to actualize the next major mistake in the strategic course of this war. And that would be, once we are committed to ground action, that will be the moment when things can happen and things can be done. Sorry to go on so much.
Thank you so much for talking so much about the cracks that exist right now when it comes to the Christian push, this Christian nationalism push that's happening. And, not very often do I mix my identity as a former intelligence officer and Army officer with the fact that I grew up very Catholic. But in this time frame, it seems to be something that is so intertwined as someone who grew up a practicing Catholic, and everyone here that knows me knows that almost every conversation I bring it up. Because I don't bring it up lightly, the teachings of Jesus Christ, but I bring it up because Jesus Christ is being abused. His teachings are being manipulated and misinterpreted. And so to consistently remind people what Jesus Christ's actual teachings were for us to do, I constantly talk about it. And when we're talking about decisions we're going to make or people we're going to work with, I say, well, what would Jesus do? Let's think about that for a second here, and let's move in that direction. And so right now, Catholics are being persecuted. I know in the past week, you can see what's happened with Carrie Prejean Bowler speaking out at the Religious Liberty Commission. She's a very dear friend of mine. And Joe Kent speaking at the Catholic for Catholic event, which they did an amazing job presenting him an award and presenting her an award, but that comes with persecution as Catholics, and I can guarantee you right now, to your point of pushing deeper into that wedge, of exposing the wrongful interpretation of Christianity, as Catholics, we are taking a stand to expose the true interpretation of Jesus Christ and Christianity. We don't have to attack them, we just have to speak the truth. And in speaking the truth, we're being persecuted now, and instead of, and I don't want to make it about myself being persecuted as a Catholic, I want to make it about the fact that now I know what it's like to be persecuted as a Muslim. Now I know what it's like to feel what it means to be persecuted as a religion. And so I ask anyone here that is Christian, has Christian contacts, to his point, we have to push deeper into that wedge so we can erase their ability to use Christianity to perpetrate death and destruction.
Well, thanks everyone here. I'd suggest now that we combine the last two parts of our schedule here. We will have Q&A. We'll have also what we put down here that says, will we be winter soldiers? I think Michael set us off on a good path there. And I love this. What did I copy down? Oh, yeah, societal nuclear fission. I love it. And I like to think we might be at that point. Let me say just, I'm a Catholic too, but, you know, when you look at, I like humanism. I like Kurt Vonnegut. He'd been through it, right? He was captured. He was putting dead Germans in Dresden what they could find for. Anyhow, he knew what war was like, and he had a good sense of integrity. And somebody asked him, said, "Hey, Kurt, you're a humanist, right? Tell me, what do you think of Jesus Christ?" And Kurt said, "Well, you know, I don't know if he was God or not, but if there weren't for the Sermon on the Mount, I think I'd just as soon be a cockroach." Feed the hungry, be merciful to folks. Just the opposite of what we're getting from the Secretary of War just yesterday at the prayer breakfast. So I take your point. We need to kind of put out the real deal, but in a kind of humanist way, because not everybody believes the same things we do. That's why I really treasured the Lutheran pastor, Rebecca, a good friend of mine, setting us off on the right path this morning. Talk about how we can change things and not just say, well, that's the way things are. So enough for me. Let's have some Q&A here in the last 20 minutes, I think, that we have. And we have 4 panelists up 5. So who would like to go first? Jose? A brief question now because we only have a certain amount of time.
Just very briefly, to all of you who've had the moral courage to stand up and speak out and tell the truth, you are all either candidates or are involved in campaigns. I know Josephine is the manager for Greg Stoker out in Texas. Brian, you're running for Senate. Tony, you're running for Congress. In recruiting veterans who are deciding to stand up and speak out, I would strongly encourage you guys to get them to run for office as well. I think you guys have set the path forward. You guys are the moral examples and characters of the people who will be listened to because of your background and because of your courage. And so I would ask that, you know, you guys continue to recruit others as well, and I can help on the policy standpoint. So, thank you.
Jose is running for representative of my old district in the Bronx. A little different from where I grew up. The way I grew up, but it's the same district. So, yeah, please.
If I add to that, as an older person who usually we don't like to go back to school, running for office gives me reason to study and learn about politics and history and government because it's going to be a tool for me to use to go further into politics. So having this avenue brings life into education for me. So if anybody out there is it could be a vehicle for you to be motivated to learn about the world.
So how about will we be winter soldiers? Yeah, sure, sorry.
Jose, what I would add to that is that I find some irony. And what do I mean by that? Really not to pick on you because of your age, but at one time, running for office was a prerequisite to, military was a prerequisite to running for office. In other words, you were a war hero, if you will. And folks thought that if you ran for office, you know, and being in the military, you were a person that could really lead our country. Now, the difference is what you're asking for is, I think it's important for veterans to run for office to keep us out of wars. So we won't have more military so-called heroes, if you will. And so I think it's a good question, and I think it's, you know, about hoping that men and women, people like yourself, that have seen war and know that our foreign policy should not be dictated as going on right now in the Department of Defense. It's saying, you know, taking no prisoners. You ready for this? We have not quoted what Hegseth said about diplomacy, in his eyes, is more bombs. Think about that for a moment. And so I concur with you stating that I think it would be important now for more veterans to indeed run for office to keep us out of these wars.
Thank you, Dennis. Okay, let me, oh, here's a question back, well, wait, right there. I don't think you asked a question before.
Thanks, great panel. Skip Kaltenhauser, Capitol Hill citizen. I'm wondering if the double tap slaughter of the schoolgirls was deliberately done to demoralize the Iranians, as we've seen happen so often to the Palestinians.
In my assessment, I think that's exactly why it was done. As we discussed when Josie described the use of Tomahawk cruise missiles, you don't make a mistake with a Tomahawk cruise missile. You have up until the point it hits target to call it off, move it off, or not hit that target. So what I think is that in the strikes, it was the Secretary of Defense has been pushing for the use of AI into our targeting. And we know that with Claude AI being used by the Pentagon and certain restrictions that Claude AI didn't want to allow, and it's not talked about, but that safeguard is called human in the loop. in the targeting process. And I believe that safeguards have been removed in our targeting process to remove that human in the loop, which is critical. The intelligence on the target itself was provided to us by Israel, and I think they knew exactly what it was in terms of when those children would be in school. I mean, think about the shock and awe of 2003. March 23rd, 2003, shock and awe over Baghdad in the middle of the night. This strike in the Minab school was in the mid-morning, on a Monday morning in Iran, because their weekend falls on Friday, Saturday. So, so basically a Monday morning in Iran at 10 o'clock in the morning. And there is no mistake that that was a school. Even the quote-unquote mistake of it used to be an IRGC base more than a decade ago. So that strike was intentional, was not a mistake. I believe the intention behind it was to demoralize the IRGC senior leadership because many of their children went to school there, but to also strike a demoralizing blow in the opening strikes of this war. We struck and killed the Ayatollah, and then Minab. You know, some people, when they think about it, oh, maybe Minab was hit by accident. Minab is nowhere near Tehran. Like, nowhere near it. That was a deliberate strike, and I think it was for that.
And I'll just add, doing a lot of my presentations, I've always asked the audience, you know, you can have your so-called experts with our opinions, assumptions, and in some cases, a lot of facts. But I ask you to do your own critical thinking. That is the Israelis' MO. Think about Gaza. Think about how many schools they hit. Think about how many hospitals they hit. And in a lot of ways, we follow the pattern of the Israelis. I'm talking about our military. We've trained with them before. Now, why do I say that? Before we went into the Iraq war, I don't know if you remember this, we had this thing called anticipatory self-defense. That is why we attacked Iraq, because of the fact they may have WMD, and it can put it in the hands of terrorists. Well, likewise, remember mowing the grass, as someone mentioned earlier. That is about anticipatory self-defense again. And so it is the MO of the Israelis to hit schools and hospitals. Why hospitals, you may say? But just think about, that's where the wounded are carried. And you want to stop all the healing and recovery of those that you've already injured. And so I think, as Tony said, I personally don't think it was a mistake either, because we're following the MO, unfortunately, of the Israelis. And critical thinking, you've seen for yourselves the killing of innocent women and children by way of hospitals and schools and residential areas. And for those of us in the military, we know by law, internationally, that you do not bomb schools, hospitals, and residential areas.
I've known a lot of IDF officers, and one of the most I was first brought over to Caesarea in 1997 to be indoctrinated in a so-called conference in Israel. Well, it was in Caesarea, and that's where I met Doug McGregor. And so we saw through this, but it was remarkable to watch the way in which they tried to seduce you. And they have done that with American officers for 30, 40 years, because Israel has this mythic reputation among American officers of a certain rank. You know, I once saw General Mattis being, basically stroked by a whole delegation of Israeli officers. This was down in Quantico. And it was a marvel to see. So one of the things the Israelis do is they bring over American police departments, SWAT teams, and train them. And I think over time, the effect of all of this has been to inculcate in America, in the American military at a certain level, that they want to be just as cool and hip and tough as the Israelis. And one of the things that preceded the attack on Iran, of course, was the abduction of Maduro. And that magical abduction, plus the Israeli pager attack on Hezbollah, which had the Israelis all cock in the hoop. They thought this is the secret way to do it. In other words, it's kind of shock and awe, but with a blood edge. And so you just demoralize the enemy and they'll fold. And in many ways, the US has become a very much more brutalized military in terms of how it conducts air power too. Because if you look at the way in which we brought Mosul and ISIS down, we had no compunction in order to kill those fighters, to kill their entire extended families. And so we killed at least 40,000 people taking Mosul, and that is a kind of predecessor to what the Israelis did in Gaza.
I want to just mention two more facts about Minab. Two things that are just so important. Minab was converted into a school in 2016. We're talking 20 years that this area has been operating as a school. If you try and tell me that with all of the intelligence assets that we have, we did not have that identified as a school, you're lying. Here's why. Every single satellite that the United States has access to that orbits over that area has real-time imagery, real-time. So look at the orbit of all of the satellites we have access to and the ones that do contracting with the Department of Defense. And tell me in 20 years, all of that, 10 years, all of that collection of satellite imagery, we didn't identify that as a school. Google the pictures. You can Google the pictures and see clearly in the pictures that this was a school. And the reason why I'm so hyper-focused on this, because I have such a hard time accepting, but I have to, that my country would bomb children in the way Israel has bombed children. And without a doubt, I believe my country is doing this. We are the terrorists.
Yeah, let me just add, if I understood you correctly, Tony, you said the targeting came from the Israelis.
No. Well, you have various forms of target confirmation. Obviously, SIGINT, signals intelligence,
right.
Satellites.
Mm-hmm.
Imminent, imagery intelligence, which comes from, hopefully you're using the latest satellite imagery. Mm-hmm. You're not using an image that's 10 years old. Okay. So we know that the imagery was updated. We know the imagery was current. We know the SIGINT was current. We know that there was no signals coming from that location that would indicate that it had a military utility. Right. You can see the children. And we do know that from the human perspective, that came from the Mossad, fed to the U.S. government. So
what
again,
came from Mossad?
The human intelligence.
Oh, the human.
Actually, like confirmation of, because ideally in the targeting process, you want to have all three. For example, if you have a forward observer who's looking at a target and you have a signal that says, yes, the enemy is in there because we're tracking his cell phone, mm-hmm. and you have signals or imagery that says, yep, look, he's there. Ideally, then you have that forward observer that says, hey, wait, don't strike. There's 160 school children there. Mm-hmm. It was intentional. The intelligence was fed intentional, and the United States, either by proxy or knowingly, and I do believe that we did it knowingly, mm-hmm. as a way. I mean, I can't not think that we didn't do it knowingly because of what I've heard come out of Pete Hegseth's mouth over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Death and destruction from above. Kill them all.
Yeah, I identify with that, and I have some supplemental information from Scott Ritter, my good friend, who knows an awful lot about this stuff. He says that in order to impress the president, our Secretary of War added some requirements, so to speak, from the Israelis to make the targeting package even broader. I said, are you sure about that, Scott? Pretty sure. Yeah, can I say that to other people? Yes, you can. So there's a lot of murk here, but you know, there's one other thing that Scott has pointed out, and that is the Secretary of War himself, Hegseth, has abolished the final unit that existed in all these commands to do the final chop on these target packages, right? So Hegseth is, you know, in one way or another, completely guilty of this. The fact that he would act the way he's doing, and you know, a 12-year-old kind of, as a 12-year, well, I won't say. I have some 12-year-old grandchildren who really object to my making fun of 12-year-olds. Okay, Hegseth is sort of like a 9-year-old or 10. Anyhow, for people to, so that's, it's a little murky, but Josie was of course right, and she's not only talking about imagery like photos, she's talking infrared, she's talking multispectral, she's talking radar type imagery. So yeah, I guess we leave it at that, but if there's one more question on that, yes, please.
It's not really a question, it's
Yeah.
more of a statement and a suggestion.
Good.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed. I am a Palestinian. I'm also a Marine Corps veteran, and currently living in the West Bank, actually. I've been back for about a year now because, unfortunately, I've been placed on the no-fly list. There's a long story for that, but I have two asks, if you will, to my fellow veteran colleagues, that when you speak to our fellow veterans as well, especially the ones that we want to activate, someone mentioned earlier that our oath never expires, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think we not only have a moral obligation, but we have a legal obligation as well. That oath is a legal obligation. I found from my experience that it's much easier to activate veterans when you use this, it's not even really a narrative, it's a truth, that we have an obligation to rectify this country as veterans. We are the first people that will stand up. We must stand up. Who else will stand up? So that's my ask as a fellow veteran. As a Palestinian, and as an American, born and raised in Ohio, I, by choice, decided to move to Palestine to do what I can. I lead efforts in the protective presence movements, and I think we can absolutely use a lot of veterans, people with specialized skills, firefighters, EMT, on the ground to support the Palestinian farmers who experience deathly settler violence on a daily basis. I wake up to very violent reports every morning, and you know, we could definitely help them out. So that's all I got. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I see that we're a little bit over time, but I'm going to, if you'll pardon me, adopt the, yeah, just later, yeah. I just adopt the Israeli approach of not asking permission, but asking forgiveness. So let's overstay, and when they kick us out, I mean, this is really a discussion I don't want to cut off here. So if you have something really brief to add.
Very, very important. Tony mentioned a very profound question.
Sure. Tony mentioned a very profound question, which is what would be a just peace? And I think we're all agreed that this existing policy has no destination other than just total destruction. A just peace, if you think of the Treaty of Westphalia from 1648, had the idea of the benefit of the other embedded in it. In other words, your former enemy has to see in the peace something better than what they thought they were trying to get in the war. In 1918, at Versailles, we had the opposite approach, which guaranteed World War II. If we're going to extend that today, the idea of water for peace, which was embedded in U.S. policy as late as 1967 when ex-President Eisenhower organized a conference of several thousand people in Washington for water for peace. 2 weeks later, the Six-Day War blew it out, and that was when the Liberty was struck. we can revive that as a proud tradition in the United States of bringing the Army Corps of Engineers approach to great water projects, greening the desert. If we keep that and we want to address young people and get them to really want to get involved in this, let's put a positive policy forward. A WASES plan is something that the founder of my news service, EIR, Lyndon LaRouche, proposed 55 years ago. Let's go with some positive ideas that are based in a beautiful idea of what the United States was at various points dedicated to. Let's reassert it and let's fight for it as hard as we're outraged by what's going on.
I wholeheartedly endorse the OASIS plan led by the Schiller Institute. Now, I see that, I see there are other questions, but yeah, let's have two more questions. Diane?
Thanks. I'm Diane Perlman, and I'm a clinical and political psychologist. And I want to follow up on your comments now, because, and also you're talking about like what do we do now, and it's up to us now. And also, it's Israel in combination with Armageddon and the Rapture and the Empire and weapons and profits from weapons so they're all converged. And I think, this, many people, you know better than I think we're in the last throes of the Empire, which Gramsci calls a time of monsters. And that I think we need a psychological strategy. Say there are many people, say psychologically manipulated, like MAGA, feel good, based on humiliation and feeling better about being an American. So I'm just saying we need complex and psychological strategies to how to, like political therapy, how to reach these people and not make them feel worse. And also a lot of what Trump's doing about erasing all the history and Black history, because we don't want to feel bad, like we're bad as Americans, and we have to erase everything that makes us. So we need to include that in our strategy.
Yeah. And there was one other time. Would you give the mic to that young fellow over there?
Thank you. This was for the professor, actually. And you talked about the fourth branch of government. The person who popularized that, I don't think he originated it, was James Bevel, who was a lieutenant with Martin Luther King and who was with the civil rights movement. And I wanted to mention that because you talked about Christian Zionism, you saw different social movements, you certainly saw the civil rights movement, I think. But, this messianic factor that you have in religion, it's what allows precisely for these actions that I'm going to kill you in the name of God and this dehumanization. But that wasn't the civil rights movement. They used religion to humanize people. So I just wrote my question, but we've seen a perversion of that with people like Pete Hegseth, who are religious fanatics. But first of all, can you talk about how widespread the Christian Zionism has spread? And secondly, would you agree that the perversion of Christianity from nonviolence to violence was intended to make people forget about nonviolence as a form of legitimate protest?
Yeah, messianism does not mean violence. It's not the same thing. It can be violent, but it can also just be aggressive missionary activity. It's that you're convinced that you're right and you must convince everyone else. So, for example, early Christianity was messianic and nonviolent. And then as soon as Christianity took over the Roman Empire, it became increasingly violent in putting down any other faiths. And one of the things that really bothers me about what's going on here is the very effective, malign Israeli, again, I'll use the word seduction, of evangelical Christianity and twisting it as they do. And they don't like Orthodox or Catholic. What they like is to get to a point where there's no air between Judaism and Old Testament Christianity, you can call it, puritanical.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, okay. I think we'd like to ask for final comments from our panel here, and could we start with you, Brian?
As I value Jewish voices against the genocide as one of the most important perspectives and voices against this, I, as a white American male, want to voice my rejection to racism towards black people. Slaves our American history is entrenched with diabolical racism through laws and just pure evil hatred towards black people. And I want to denounce that as many times as I can throughout my life. And I believe we as a society must atone for that in unison and together to help bring this country healing and make us stronger.
I want to caveat off of what he is saying, because the true solution comes with healing our society. We're noticing, and I talk about, you know, this generation, it's they're the other. Next generation, they're the other. But with true healing of our society, we really can heal ourselves out of the redirected hate every 10 years to a different group. And we're noticing right now that the Christian nationalists and a lot of the white supremacists, while waking up to the reality that Muslims aren't terrorists, instead of healing that hate, it's getting redirected to our Jewish brothers and sisters. And so the idea of how we truly make a change and how we truly move forward comes in what he is saying: atonement and true healing of the hate that is existing inside of us. And only if you truly love thy neighbor can we escape from the system that is built by the Epstein class.
Having served our nation for 25 years in uniform, I do love our country. And that love for my country started as a young child in grade school, and I remember learning about the Constitution. And you know, you see it co-opted now by a lot of extremists with the "we the people," but there's more to that. And I think about it often when I think about raising a family, and I think about all of us sitting here, and I think about our beautiful country, and you know, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union, to establish justice, and to ensure domestic tranquility for ourselves and our posterity, and that we ordain and do establish this Constitution. You know, American exceptionalism to me is not thinking that we're the best in everything. We're not. We're not the highest in literacy. We're not. I mean, you go around the world and you see, you know, Iran has like, I think like 98% of their population has a master's degree or higher. I mean, but I think about, okay, then what is American? And I really do think that when you think about our Constitution and the accountability in our nation, and that everyone has the opportunity to be something. I mean, that's what I think our country's about. And I just can't sit by and watch it being co-opted and taken away by the people that are in charge now. That's not us, and we can't give that away. We can't. I mean, we can't give that away. And I do believe that Americans will rise up. It's just a matter of, are we going to do it while we still have the rights embedded in that Constitution to do it, or when we have to fight for it? So that's what I leave with.
Thank you, Tony.
Well, I don't have as happy or rousing and inspiring a thing to say. Well, it's more analytic. One of the things that Israel has done in Gaza is to exacerbate the religious sectarian split in the American religion. And by doing so, they have helped to exacerbate the dynamics within the U.S. that have either revolutionary or Civil War potential. So I often look at Spain in 1936 and even the U.S. in the 1850s, and here we have an example of a foreign power that's actually accelerating a process of coming apart in the U.S.
Thank you. I just add a very brief comment, and it has to do with this general question of moral leadership. I was born before the war, just a week before. Old Sarge was born later. But I remember during the war hearing about the concentration camps and the genocide. And I was so impressed in my early teens that this would ever happen. And I said to myself, when I get big, I'll never let something like this happen again. And now I'm big. So, so what I see lacking is the same thing that was lacking during 1940 to 45. There was no clear voice, no clear moral voice criticizing the Third Reich. Pius X just didn't do it. Matter of fact, here's a little vignette. It's relevant. Albert Camus was invited by a Dominican monastery to talk about what he thought of the Catholic churches and the evangelical Lutheran churches stand on World War II in 1948, so three years after the war. And he said, now, you know that I speak my piece, right? And you know you're going to hear some hard truths, but here it is. I kept waiting. I kept waiting for a voice from Rome. Me? An agnostic? A voice from Rome? Yes. And none came. Then I was told later, oh, a voice did come. It came in the way of an encyclical. And I, Albert, said, pray tell me, what is an encyclical? And I was told. And I said, look, unless you make the voice, unless you make the moral choice clear as a bell so that the very peasant or the very farmer can understand it, you're not fulfilling your moral obligation. Now, there was a bishop in Illinois, Tom, okay, what? Yeah, Tom Gumbleton. Okay, he was appointed by John the 23rd. So he was a progressive bishop, and as the new ones were appointed by others, they become less and less progressive. Anyhow, Gumbleton single-handedly, by visiting Iraq for years and years and years during the embargo, when Madeleine Albright said it was worth it to kill 500,000 children, okay? And he came back one time, and I said, Tom, would you speak to our ecumenical group there at the Church of the Savior? And he did. And he was very extolled because he had just prevailed on his brother bishops to condemn the sanctions, the starvation, as unacceptable. What was the word? Just completely beyond the pale. So one of our Protestant women said, well, no, Bishop Gumbleton, tell me, how did the White House react to your saying that what you're doing in Iraq was just completely beyond the pale, inconceivable or whatever? And I said, oh my God, poor Tom, he's going to tell the truth. And sure he did. What he said was, to the White House, we are about 253 bishops, maybe 250 votes. Now, if we had gone back to our parishes And we had told our pastors in our parishes, preach this word. Preach this word that we're starving 500,000 children in Iraq right now, and we ought to stop it. Then the White House would take us seriously, but right now, we didn't do that, and nothing's going to happen. So this is kind of not really beside the point, because I feel really strongly about this. It's up to us, okay? That's the good news. It's up to us, and we need to do it. We are the moral people here. We have the moral high ground, and we know enough of the details and the nitty-gritty. God, we've suffered through it enough today, haven't we, to do our job. So unless anybody else has a special suggestion with respect to how to be winter soldiers, a specific suggestion other than what we've already heard, let me thank my fellow panel. Was that? Oh, she's just scratching your head. Okay, yeah, okay. Listen, this has been... There's one back there? Okay, yeah.
It was actually related to...
Pick up a mic right there.
Yeah. I was wondering if, because there's a lot of ferment on college campuses on this, and we all know how this has been suppressed. And one of the things that I've been researching a lot about is how, especially in the aftermath, through the starting around the 80s and on, college campuses have been what you've had something called the marketization of higher ed. Basically, they've been turned into corporations in a similar way that neoliberalism advocates for public and private organizations to be like corporations. So on college campuses, the power, the funding and the control mechanisms are different. So the question, young people are the future, and I know the kind of work that some of the campaigns, Jose and others are working to recruit youth. So in terms of winter soldiers, how can we intervene? Is there a way to coordinate with college students who are clearly not going to be quiet? But how can we protect the engagement and support them, right? Because you have students, leaders of these things are being kicked off campus and so on. And so that being said, it's just an idea. It occurred to me because it was related to what I'm thinking about.
Tony, how did you get invited to Cornell and those other places?
It's interesting the encampments seem like 10 years ago because so much has happened since that started. But the reality is a lot of those students are actually still facing suspension. They're facing criminal charges, doxing. I mean, the reality is it still exists, the consequences of them standing up. And what I noticed is not very many people stood up to help them, which was really awful. And I helped put together like a funding flyer and funding requests for some college kids in Northern Ohio, just outside of Cleveland, because they had $400,000 worth of quote, quote, damage to the building and legal fees, and no one was helping them. And so I think the idea is that as adults in the room, we need to hold that responsibility to organize together to make sure that if they are putting their bodies on the line, they are going to have a community of support in the same way Brian did. As soon as the incident happened, we were moving with GoFundMes. We knew within 10 hours we need to get a GoFundMe going because we predicted what was going to happen here. He was, as a firefighter, out of work, has 2 kids, has a wife. And so when you don't have adults in the room helping them navigate those consequences and prepare for it, you might not see encampments light up again, right? Because who stood up for them in the end?
Thank you.
So I've been invited to quite a few universities and schools, and you have to recognize the system, and you have to recognize the machine, and then you have to understand how to operate within it until you can break it. And when I go to speak at schools, I can think of what my topic or what's going to be, and they ask me like, hey, we want you to come speak. I don't go and speak and say, let's end Zionism. no school would let me go talk. We talk about, the title of it would be, the militarization of aid in war zones. Pretty academic title. It gives me an opportunity to then speak, but then more so not in what I'm saying in a forum like this, but then the questions, and then the contact, and then the student organizations that then want to get mobilized and do more. And the way I see it, for that generation, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Like, I look at it in terms of, 25 years in the Army, I punched my card of serving the country, right? Like, I did that. I wanted to retire, I wanted to watch the Golden Girls, I wanted to garden. Like, I just wanted to retire. But I look at it and I see the youth now that if they speak out, well, they could get kicked out of school. They speak out, they go to jail, and then their life is impacted. But someone like me, I got nothing to lose. Throw me out there, I'll do it. Like, put me in the front lines. So people that I don't want to say that, that we're old and got nothing to lose. I don't know, but like, for me, like, I don't want to go into the attic of life and pull it up and be like, hey, hope you're all okay down there. Like, I'm down here on the first floor, ready to go to the front lines and risk everything, because that generation coming up, that's my children. We say we would do anything for our children. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you go into a fire and risk your life to take your children out of a fire? That's what I'm doing. So for me, it's for that generation, the youth that are speaking out and wanting to be mobilized and wanting to do good, because they're the generation that's going to suffer the most from what we failed to do.
This will be my last comment, and then I think I'm talked out for the day. But so often we think about who is qualified to put their body on the line, and Anthony thinks about it from the perspective of, well, I don't have anything to lose. I am older, and that should be a given at this point. Everyone in his position should be putting their body on the line, but where we are in the fact that people are so dormant, you have someone like me who has a 3, a 4, and a 5-year-old at home right now, and I'm traveling the world and I'm traveling the country to try and save people's lives, and my children are sacrificing without their mother around in the way that, had we had a society who actually gave a shit about our children, I could be home with mine. Because if all the people in his position were actually doing something, I could be home with my 3-year-old, 4-year-old, and 5-year-old. But the point is, that in and of itself is a privilege. There is no limits or boundaries to who has to sacrifice right now and put their body on the line. Mothers with children also need to put their body on the line, because it's our children who are going to grow up in the normalization of the genocide of children. That's my children's future, and I refuse to let that happen.
Well, this has been terrific. Thank you. I would close with a quotation from a rabbi named Abraham Heschel, very much in the forefront of the anti-Vietnam struggle. And I think I'm preaching to the choir here. And before I say this, I just want to say that if you were up here looking at you people, you'd be feeling a lot better than sitting there looking at me. Take a look around and see what kind of people are around here today that care about these issues. Just to turn your heads around and turn around in your seats, for God's sake. Look at y'all. Yeah. All right. Well, as my favorite theologian, Annie Dillard, said, there are enough of us. All of us is enough of us. It's just that we have to do it. Heschel, when injustice occurs, we are not all guilty, but we are all responsible. Indifference to evil is more insidious than evil itself. There's a lot of evil going around here. Take heart in what a good comradeship we have here and what wonderful speakers we've had here. And let's plow on. It's going to happen. It's going to be good. I may not live to see it, but many of you will. Thank you again for coming. Get home safely.